Special Assistant to the Kaduna Governor, Ibrahim Danja. Good morning and welcome to you. Forgive me. Honorable Advice on here to the Sook Governor is also here. Professor Mustafa Namaka Kuto, we greet you a special welcome this morning. Welcome. Honorable Chairman, Sokoto South Local Government, Umar Farouk Garba, good morning and welcome to you, sir. The DG, Human Rights, NGO and Donor Agency, Sokoto State, Shehu Mohammed is here with us. Very special welcome to you, sir. We also have with us the Sarkin Yaki Gagi, the Alhaji Sani Umar Jabi. Welcome, sir. Good morning. The Hakimi Bunun Zazau, Alhaji Bala Tijani Mohammed. Good morning. Welcome, sir. His Royal Highness, Luke Yohana Adankat, the Hakimi Ugwangaya. Good morning, sir. Welcome. We have the Danmadamin Katsina. Please, I apologize, sir. Did I get it? Okay. Usman Nago. Good morning, sir. Welcome. Alhaji Kabiru Garaba, the Dangachin Kao. Good morning, sir, and welcome to you. We also give a very special welcome to the leadership of the Community Dialogue Committee in Kawo, Natsinta, Gagi, Kwari, and Zonkwa. Good morning and welcome to you. Center managers of sexual assault referral centers across the northwestern states and the FCT, the leadership of the implementing partners on the Project Kuka Center, the Issa Wali Empowerment Initiative, and Women Rights Advancement and Protection Initiative, RAPA, we welcome you. Good morning. All our other partners here this morning, again, members of community development partners, we bid you a very special welcome. Please put your hands together for making it here for the second day of this event. The goal as we bring the conversations to a conclusion today will be to shine lights on how we can further implement the project, to demonstrate how dialogue, strengthening local capacity for mediation, and promoting collaborative decision-making, working together as a unit, will help to build trust amongst all stakeholders here today and create sustainable mechanisms for peace. Thank you very much. I would now bring up to the stage our rapporteur to give us the key thoughts and summaries from the first day of the event, which was yesterday. Please help me make welcome Barrister Esther Agbar as she comes up.
Very good morning to you all, distinguished personalities well seated here. Beautiful, in fact. I lend my voice to welcome you all to the second day of this annual event, the second edition of the NorthWest Regional Conference on Security, on Women, Peace and Security, which has been themed Sustaining Inclusive Peace-Building Processes in Northwest Nigeria. As we all know, the conference started yesterday, which was more of a combination of an opening ceremony and the conference in details. So today is the second and the final day of the event. Yesterday we had a series of presentations. We had the opening remarks from no other person than the Executive Director of Global Rights, Abiodun Bayewu. We also had goodwill messages. We had the keynote address by Bishop Matthew Kuka on strengthening responses and resilience to conflict and insecurity in the Northwest through inclusion. We also had a presentation on rethinking security, forging partnership for sustainable peace through women inclusion. We also had another presentation on strengthening participatory governance as a pathway to sustainable peace and security in Northwest Nigeria. And also there was a beautiful panel dialogue session where we had a lot of panelists discuss on building resilience against extreme violence through inclusion. And in that session, we had so many reasons to learn and unlearn what we had known. So I'll just run through some brief, there are so many key thoughts from yesterday, but we just selected some, which I'll be running through this morning, which was said that there is need to scale up advocacy on peace building and women inclusiveness, where we said the government even needs to, to do more than they are doing, so it's not just left for global rights and other development partners to do what they are trying their best, so the government needs to support more than they are doing already. We also saw that the problems faced in Nigeria can only be resolved by collective decision by ordinary men and women in the communities. We saw that when you empower women, you get to create resilience in peace building. Also to take serious a documentation of those losing their lives every day across communities, and to identify what things bring people together. Where the presenter said sometimes it could be a community borehole, everyone joining force, where everybody comes to a common ground to fetch water from a borehole, and other examples that were given. We also heard where the Christians and the Muslims celebrate each other during the Ramadan, the Salah, the Christmas, and all of that. So we also saw that the Constitution is clear that part of the duty of government is to protect citizens. However, the number of policemen across the country are not enough to service the population of Nigeria. We saw that we have about 360,000 policemen to service maybe over 200 million Nigerians, which is not practicable, where it was even broken down to the number of bullets that an AK-47 can accommodate, and how they have to report on every usage of a bullet. So we also saw that those who have been excluded in peace-building processes and inclusion are majorly those who have been affected. So there is need for more of this inclusion, including those who are the women and the youths and the people living with disabilities. So it was also identified from the people living with disabilities that some of the challenges they have is on mobility. Sometimes, I usually see, I wonder how they move sometimes, where, in fact, a lot of facilities are not PWD friendly. A PWD wants to move from one region to the other, and then get on board in a vehicle is a challenge, especially when you are not mobile, and a lot of issues like that. So we saw that mobility is an issue for them, a challenge, and also facilities around, where we were informed that there was a time where it was only one filling station that had a facility for people living with disabilities, while others did not have. So we also saw that people with disabilities are human like every one of us, and women are champions regardless of the barriers. Also, women inclusion requires a robust men inclusion and sensitization. So we need to have more men to be able to advocate for the women inclusion. So these and many more were discussed yesterday. I hope this will serve as a good yardstick for today's deliberations. I wish us a fruitful day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barrister Esther Agba, for that delivery of the key thoughts from yesterday. We're about to get into our first discussion of the day, engagements and how it can be used as a tool for gender and social inclusion in the peace building process. You could please make welcome with me as she comes up to the stage, Dr. Lydia Umar, the Executive Director, Gender Awareness Trust. Dr. Lydia, please. Okay. Forgive me, sir. I don't have that information here. The representative of the Honorable Commissioner of Sokoto. Good morning. Please, if you're here, please, if you please stand up, let's recognize you. Thank you very much, Mrs. Lydia. Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Good morning, everyone. And it is my pleasure to be here again today. Yesterday, it doesn't come easily, and I'm not taking it for granted at all, because it must have taken some consideration to think that I should be part of this. So I want to thank them most sincerely for the opportunity, for two simple reasons, two things that have happened since yesterday. The first one is the fact that I'm going to be able to share the experiences of my work one or two things. And the whole idea of this development work is to be able to learn new things and at the same time relearn other things that probably you didn't have a good grasp of. And I found two yesterday, which I would like to share and appreciate my Lord, Bishop Matthew Kuka. If you listened to his presentation yesterday, he got to me just at the point where I was actually just saying to myself, all this discussion over how many years must we continue? And it was as if he saw my mind. Because you do certain things and you get to a point that you become discouraged. Because it's like, so all these years we are doing the same thing over and over. But when the bishop said, yes, this discussion must continue, there's a need for the discussion to continue, and I felt encouraged. And then the second one that he mentioned had to do with resilience. And I de-learned what I learned before, because initially my thinking is that actually resilience has to do with coping strategies. Drew our attention to the fact that what you do is you match the challenge of the topic. It has to do with, just give me a minute, let me open my slides. Okay, it is about strengthening community engagement. And I like the word strengthening, because what it means is that we already have some level of community engagement, but it is not as effective, and as we are not receiving the kind of results that we want to see. So how do we now strengthen it? How do we make it more effective? And we are using that community engagement as a tool, actually, for gender and social inclusion, not in other fields, but in peace building. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a brief introduction that I think is very important for all of us here, if you really want to be involved in this work of women, peace, and security. It is not enough to shout, women should be included, women should be included. We need to get a feel of the historical background. How did we get here? And I'm going to give you a brief on that. And it has to do with what we popularly call Resolution 1325. It is a United Nations Security Council resolution. And then I will make brief mention of the National Action Plan, State Action Plan, and Local Government Action Plan. The next slide will be on 7 key operational concepts. If you are going to work in this field, there's a need for us to have a common understanding of some concepts. And then the question will be asked, which is the next thing. Many people have, why do you want to focus? And then why gender? You will be telling me some of the barriers to gender and social inclusion, because I need a discussion at that point. I have a few, but I think since you are on ground, you'll be able to have some additions as to the reason why gender and social inclusion is becoming an issue. What are the barriers in our communities that make it impossible? Then we will talk about community engagement, the benefits to be derived, and the heart of the presentation are the key strategies for strengthening community engagement. I'll mention a few case studies, not that we will talk about them, but we need to know that there are case studies of communities that have engaged in women inclusion and they have succeeded, so that we can learn lessons from there. And finally, we'll conclude by giving a call to action and making some recommendations. I beg to say that this session will round up with a question and answer session, if you don't mind, because from the program I saw that I have 45 minutes. So this particular slide, next please, this particular slide that has to do with the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325 is a policy that can almost equal itself with our religious books as far as peace building is concerned. If you want to work in the area of peace building, conflict resolution, and possibly security, then you don't have a choice. You must know what the United Nations Security Council resolution is about and how we came about it. And I will just run you down the historical background. In the 1990s, I don't know how many of us will remember, the entire Africa was engulfed with various conflicts, different forms of conflict. And at that time, we had our brother, an African, who is called Kofi Annan. How many of us remember that name? Kofi Annan was the Secretary General of the United Nations then. I'm mentioning this specifically because there are some people that think that this whole idea is foreign. It's coming from white people. It's coming from the United Nations, so it is not about us. No. At that time, Kofi Annan carried out a research, very comprehensive research, to identify the issues around conflict. And for the first time, he put his searchlight on women. What happens to the women during conflict? What roles do the women play before conflict, during conflict, and after conflict? And he found out very interesting things, such as women are involved already in peace building. However, they are involved at the informal level, not formal level. The formal level is where you come at a round table and sit. But Kofi Annan found that women in their homes, in their communities, in their household, they are actually peacemakers. And I believe that nobody seated here will doubt the fact that if a woman is determined that there will be peace in her home, there will be peace. Am I correct? But the day that a wife or a woman decide today there will be trouble in this house, will there be peace? So women actually, he found out that they were a critical actor, a critical aspect of peace building informally. But now there was a need to harness their experiences, their expertise, and use it in the formal sector. So Kofi Annan of Ghana now made a very passionate appeal to the United Nations Security Council on these findings, where he said that women are involved informally, but more importantly, that the contributions of women were not recognized at all. They were not recognized, and so he made a passionate appeal, and on the 31st October 2000, in peace building, in conflict resolution, and also in security matters. So this document was signed, that is about 25 years ago to be precise. And since then, about 10 other related resolutions have been signed that have to do with women, peace, and security. Permit me to pause here and plead with you that if you do not know the content of this resolution, then you are getting into this field midway. The resolution is the foundation, is the framework. It tells you what the roles of women should be, what they have found out, and if you are not aware of it, please, I will ask that you download it from the internet. It is there. Once you just write United Nations Resolution 1325, it will just come down. Please do yourself some good to read it. What happened after they signed? The United Nations now gave a mandate to every country to go back to its country and develop what we call a roadmap. A roadmap which is now popularly called the National Action Plan. Each country, including Nigeria, because Nigeria is a signatory to Resolution 1325. So Nigeria came back, and among the many other things Nigeria signed at the UN, this one was peculiar because Nigeria took definite steps to make sure that it developed the roadmap. So in 2012, Nigeria, being led by the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development, in every country, they are the lead for women, peace, and security. So, led by the ministry, supported by development partners, and some consultants. And I'm humbled to say that I was one of the 4 consultants that developed the very first national action plan in Nigeria for the implementation of Resolution 1325. In other words, we developed a policy to say, this is what it should be, this is the way we should go if we want to implement Resolution 1325. I have a little ritual that I do anytime I talk about this because I become a bit sentimental. 4 of us were engaged as consultants. One of us, I don't know how many of you remember Hajia Belkisu. Hajia Belkisu Yusuf was a media person, but she was one of the 4. And I'm telling you that we did all the work with this woman, hard work, because it took us over 1 year, going around communities, going around states, and collecting data and information to be able to develop that policy. But as God will have it, she went on Hajj before we even launched, and before we launched, we found out that she died in Hajj in Mecca. So please, it is a ritual I do every time to remember her. Can we stand up for 1 minute silence in honor of Hajia Bilkisu Yusuf and all those who have put in so much to see that the women, peace and security in Nigeria comes to life. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Can take your seats. So on the 13th of August 2013, the first National Action Plan was launched in Abuja here. And the policy stands on 5 Ps. That means if you want to really implement this project, what you need to do is to remember the 5 Ps: participation, protection of women, promotion of the NAP, prosecution of those who violate, and participation, high participation of women. So that was the heart of the policy. Now, NAP 1, after 3 years elapsed, that's what it is by the United Nations. After 3 years, you will give a report, and then you will review, and then you have a second NAP. I'm happy to announce that Nigeria has just finished its NAP 3. We've done 1, 2, and 3. Don't ask me about the implementation. That's another day evaluation meeting. But at least one thing I'm sure of is that in another 2 weeks, as we were told at a meeting last week, in another 2 or 3 weeks, the 3rd NAP will be launched in Kaduna, National Action Plan. So to the best of my understanding, we have made progress as far as developing the policy is concerned. But 2 areas that you will need to help out. 1, how many people are aware of it, of what it contains? What are the provisions in that policy? How many people are aware of it? And then, how is it being implemented? Now, I want to mention here that when Nigeria developed that NAP, National Action Plan, I'm not sure whether you are aware that when we sign things at the UN and come back to the country, the Francophone countries, all the countries that speak French in Africa, it becomes automatically a law for them. But for us, the Anglophone, the English-speaking countries, it does not become automatically a law. You will have to, first of all, do what we call domestication. So when we did the one at the national level, Nigeria and its size did not allow us to sit back with just 1 NAP because other countries are having just 1. A small country like Gambia has only NAP. They can always review it. But in Nigeria, it was agreed that we have to take it to the state level. So, and I'm happy to say, if you look at the, please, can you go to the next slide? If you look at it, this is Nigerians second NAP, I think, because after the 2012 one, we reviewed and we had a 2017 one, and then now we are having a 2024 one that will be launched. Now, because of the size of the country, it was agreed that every state should go back and develop their own strategic action plan that will fit their context. I hope you are understanding that we are getting closer to the root, to the grassroots. I gave an example of one, Kaduna State Action Plan, 24 to 2029. This was launched by His Excellency Ubasani just about 2 months ago or thereabout. But we had the first one, and this is the second one. And I'm humbled to say that I consulted in developing this second state action plan. Right now in Nigeria, I think we have more than 18 states that have developed their state action plan for the implementation of the Women, Peace and Security agenda. So please ask yourself, do we have one in my state? Do you have one in your state? If you don't have one, then this is the time to go back to work. There must be a strategic action plan for the implementation of 1325 for Sokoto, for Kebbi, for Kaduna, for Kano, for Katsina, and so on. 18 states have already done so. I am not sure I have their list in my head, but, sorry? Sorry? Ajab Akori, you have some information? Okay. And the good news is, still because of the size of Nigeria, we have decided to go local. So there are states already that have developed local action plan. So in Nigeria, when we go for meeting in Senegal or anywhere or Geneva, we tell them that Nigeria has 3 levels of the action plans. We have the national action plan, we have the state action plan, and we have local government action plans. I can remember 3 states now that have local action plans. Kano has local action plans for local government, some few local governments. Kaduna also has. I remember that for Equal Access International, I consulted to develop for 3 local government areas, Jama'a, Chukun, and Kajuru. And then there's another local government also that has. Then Plateau also have local government lab. So please, this is the challenge. Next slide, please. If you don't have that, yes, if you don't have that local government NAP or action plan for the implementation of 1325, please get back to your local government, let them consult the Ministry of Women Affairs so that you can develop one for your own local government. And I think this is fantastic, rather than just us depending on what has been done at the national. Now, I just put up this to help us to understand the importance of collaboration as we go in this work, from the national to the state to the action. I say here, can you see that road? It's a very long road. And I say, if you want to go fast, you can go alone. But if you want to go far, then go together. Do we agree with this? So you can see the need to go together with every stakeholder. Like the United Nations will say, leave no one behind. Next slide, please. I have 7 key operational concepts here that I may not have time to discuss them in detail, but I'll mention them so that you will know that if you have to work in this field, you need to have a very clear understanding of what these concepts represent. You need to know, when we are talking about community engagement, what is a community? What is a community? Some people will say local government area. Some people will say our village. Some people will say, and you are all right, because global rights have put the whole of Northwest zone into one community. Can we clap for them? That's fantastic. That's a paradigm shift, so that our minds should not be thinking that when we mention community, and there are other definitions of community that does not concern us, like community of professionals and things like that. So let us begin to think broadly, like we will say in conflict resolution, think globally and act locally. Thank you, Sarki. Then we need to understand also what community engagement is. It's just a process of how you involve through the building of relationships. You work with community members using what approach? Participatory approach. Everyone must participate. Next slide. You need to understand what gender and social inclusion also is. This is a very important concept. It has to do with the empowerment and inclusion that aims to improve access and services and opportunities for all the people, especially vulnerable groups such as women, girls, people with disability, youths. Sometimes when we say youth, some people don't like to include them. But by the United Nations definition, a youth is no children as 1 to 18 years, youth up to 35. So we should be thinking about them, especially in our context. The elderly should be considered, the marginalized, either religiously or ethnically. The definition of resilience is very important. If you are going to work at the community level, you want to see that there is the development of resilience with the community members. But what do you mean when you talk about resilience? Like the bishop said, it's not just to cope and make sure that you are able to cope with the bad situation. No. After a bad experience of conflict, you should be able to bounce back with new energy to be able to deal with the situation as you find it. Another very important term here is gender. And I will not go into this, because if I do, we will deviate, because that's my special area. But I want to say here that gender has to do with men and women. But there's a difference. It is not about their sex. It is not because he biologically is a man and she biologically is a woman. No, that's not from the gender scholarship. What we mean there is the socially constructed, because society is the one that determines what society expects of a woman and what differently from what they expect of a man. And the only example I can remember is sometimes some people will say, da Allah di bi matan nan tana yi kamar namiji. Does it mean that her sex has changed? Her sex has not changed, but society has this thing about how a man should be and how a woman should be. The role a man should play, the role women should play. That's gender for you. And I think it is very important that we learn to understand this so that people do not confuse us. And a lot of things are changing with time. Gender roles, we have sex roles and we have gender roles. Sex roles are all the things that you do biologically because you are a man. For example, you impregnate your wife, that's your sex role. And the woman gives birth to a baby and feed the baby, breastfeed the baby. But looking after the baby is not purely her role. It's the role of anybody. Anybody can do it. When people say that cooking is the role of women, I ask them, what about all the chefs that are working in this hotel now? All of them are men, isn't it? Most of them are men. But when it comes to the home front, no. Men should not cook. And I'm not saying you should start cooking. I'm just giving an example. And there are men that can cook better than women. Then gender mainstreaming, very important, because that's what global rights is about. Let's mainstream gender into peace building work. And what do we do when we mainstream? The process of integrating a gender perspective into all aspects of policy making, programming, and implementation. In other words, you integrate. I heard somebody saying yesterday that organizing council. That's not gender mainstreaming. That's at the lowest level. Yes, you have recognized them, but you are not integrating them into the mainstream of the work. They need to be integrated. That is the word. They need to be integrated. So that's another concept that I will plead with us to please try and get acquainted with. Inclusive peace building, we all know it. We've been talking about it since yesterday. That means bringing everybody, every sector of the community into it. Now, many people ask, when you talk about women, peace, and security, you are focusing on women. Why? And my answer is very simple. Why not? Why not? I think that a lot of things, without even talking about specifically Nigeria, a lot of things are in place that should not allow anybody to think that women cannot and should not be. I don't know whether you remember Section 42, Rebecca, you are the lawyer here. Section 42 of the Constitution of Nigeria, 1999, as amended, subsection 2B, I think, it says that it is a non-discriminatory clause. You cannot discriminate on anybody on the basis of their sex, which means that you should not discriminate on women on the basis of their sex. But that is just by the wayside. It's a law. It's our constitution. But just coming down to our level, let's say that women are human beings with fundamental human rights. That's the first thing. First and foremost, she's a woman, and she has some rights as a human being. She's not an animal. She's not a goat. She's not a dog. She's a human being. And every human being created by Allah has some fundamental rights, like right to life, right to mobility, movement, and so on and so forth. So that is the first reason why women must be included, because they are a critical part of community. I have searched a lot to find out if there is any community in the world where you find only women, no men. I've not seen it. I know that there's one artificial one in Kenya somewhere. There was a time they were trying to do something like that, only women in that community, but it's artificially created. But if we talk about what God has done, He has always put men and women. So why do we think we know better than God? We want to do it alone and not carry the women along. And this exclusion, removing them from peace-building processes, reinforces their vulnerability and contributes to the cycle of violence. That's what happens when they are not part of what is happening. Of course, this next one, everybody says it, even if we don't believe it, that women are the most often and more affected by issues of conflict, insecurity, and criminality. While they are using them as sex slaves, abduct them as cooks, as wives, they don't do that to the men. So if it is so, what is wrong with them being at the table where the decisions will be taken on the solution to the problem? Another reason why we focus on women is that pre-conflict, women are playing their normal role. But as soon as conflict happens, their roles change. And post-conflict, their roles change. So what we are saying here is one of the roles that they are faced with is having to be the head of households because husbands have died. So the women are forced to play the role of heads of household. So we need to focus on them. We need them to be at the meetings. We need them to be at the table. Women watch helplessly their children being radicalized and recruited into various extremist groups. It's only a woman that can tell you what it feels like that her own child that she gave birth to has been radicalized, his mind upside down, that he decided that the best thing to do is to leave the mother and go and stay with an extremist group like Boko Haram. The woman, what goes through her, you cannot tell, except if you are in her shoe. Then abducted women and girls are forced into marriages. When they go to schools, girls' schools, and they pack them, the Chibok girls, many of them, almost 100, are still out there. Nobody knows what is happening to them. They are still out there. How can we not focus on women? And then the need for diverse voices, very important. If the woman is at the table, at the decision-making place, her voice will be heard. Unfortunately, what we have discovered recently is that when government wants to appoint women, they go and get women that cannot, so they go to the meeting and they are just sitting there. We have a woman being represented. But representation is not about you sitting there physically. It is about your contribution. Why gender and social inclusion? First, there will be representation of all groups. Secondly, there will be legitimacy. Legitimacy in the sense that every decision that is taken is seen as our own decision. We were part of it, so that is the legitimacy. Then, inclusive decision making. All the decisions that will be taken will be inclusive, like you can see in that picture. Different colors of shades of opinions will be brought to the table so that we are able to find the best one. And then conflict sensitivity. At the community level, you must know the community, you must know the kind of things that communities can take and what they cannot take. Be very sensitive. This requires conducting some kind of analysis and research to understand the situation of the women. This is where I said I would like a discussion. When I wrote just two things, I said I will stop there and find out if anybody has another barrier. We are saying we want to see gender represented. We are saying we want to see other vulnerable groups represented. What is it that is stopping it? Why is it not happening? The first reason I have here is that cultural and social norms are limiting the participation. If you speak, they will say culture. But there's nothing wrong with culture, but any culture that discriminates, there's something wrong with it. And any culture that is harmful, like traditional harmful practices, we should do away with them. But cultures that are good, we should retain them. Another barrier is lack of access. The women are trying to participate. There is no access to the space for them. Is that all that are the barriers at the local government, at our community level? Any other barrier? Well, with the, yes, please. I can hear somebody murmuring something, but it's not being said loud. Any other barrier? Yeah? Economic deprivation. That's true. It can be a barrier because women are economically disempowered. Women are not empowered economically, and so there's a limit. For example, if Global Rights said, this meeting is very important, unfortunately, we don't have sufficient money. You can come, we pay your transport, but you get your own hotel. How many women can do that? This morning, Sarki was saying, you people go, it's not a big problem for me. I will get an Uber, it will bring me to the hotel. That's what economic empowerment does. So one of the barriers, thank you very much, is economic disempowerment of women. In fact, it is said that poverty carries the face of a woman. Okay, another barrier. So what she is saying is that the perception on women, the way people see women, is a barrier. Are we right? Bias and stereotypes. You are right. Okay. So my time is almost, so let me just say that with this kind of barriers, when you identify them, the simple thing to do is do a lot of advocacy around it. You can push for legal framework, like we did for violence against persons prohibition law. You can sensitize the community. And of course, like Sarki said yesterday, men's involvement is critical. If the men do not give the support, there's very little. That distance, that road you saw, we will walk on it alone and will not go far. Why community engagement? To achieve long-term and sustainable outcomes. To deal with local solutions. To build trust. When the community come together and do things together, they tend to build trust among themselves. But if everybody is doing their own thing in silo, there is a lot of suspicion. Am I right? Am I right? That when we don't work together, we can suspect each other. To build the capacity of citizens and then create local networks. That's one of the things for community engagement. You begin to build networks that can be used for anything, like if they say that there's an issue of maybe a health issue that broke out, you can actually use those groups to support, and then early warning and early response. I'm one person that finds it very difficult to talk about early response because we have not seen it happening. We know of early warning. I don't know whether Peace Commission has gotten early response to be working. So maybe we should be talking about early warning and leave the response first. Principles of community engagement. We can leave that one. What are the benefits of community engagement? Improve knowledge, enhance intelligence gathering. When everybody is involved, there will be data, there will be information. Then there will be informed decision making and effective early warning mechanism. Conflict prevention, mitigation, and resolution. These are just a few of the benefits of community engagement, but those who have engaged in it, they know that there's much more. Key strategies for strengthening community engagement. One, you engage women and marginalized groups in the decision-making process. Two, you provide capacity building and training on gender-sensitive peace building. This training and retraining must be a continuous thing because society is not static. Things are changing, so you must retrain. Foster collaboration and partnerships between governments. My brother was talking about it seriously yesterday, Bernard, that government needs to come strong on this. They should come and collaborate. Civil society, we are already doing our bit, and community organizations. And then still on strategies, create safe spaces for dialogue and reconciliation that are inclusive of all gender and of all groups. And then finally, use of the media and technology. That one is very important. Case studies, I mentioned some of these. They were mentioned yesterday during the meeting, like the Community Development Committee in Sokoto. It's a case study which you can study how do they run it, how do they organize it, how do they plan it, that they are able to get this kind of success. So you can study it. There's this Kawo women in Kano also. It's another case study that you can learn from. We have what we call women's peace hubs in Plateau State. At the moment, there are many women that are in traditional councils in Plateau State, and they sit and meet and come up, and the traditional rulers have confessed that women's contributions are surprising. That while they are busy thinking about the solution, women just come up with solutions. And then, of course, the Kaduna State Peace Commission can be studied, and youth clubs. In conclusion, to get maximum support and cooperation of communities, we have to cherish and to respect their culture. You can't get their support or cooperation if you don't respect their culture, their belief systems, and their ideologies. Are we right on that? Right. Then women's inclusion should not be seen as an act of charity. It shouldn't be an act of charity. Women of the NorthWest have an invaluable role in community peace building, rising from their informal peace building experiences. They've been doing this a lot. Participation of women and other vulnerable groups as guaranteed under Resolution 1325 and contained in our NAP should be respected and enforced. When we develop a national action plan, it should be used. That's why I'm encouraging everyone here, please try and lay your hand on the national action plan, either for your state, for your local government, or for the nation. The empowerment of women in peace and security decision-making can be effective in de-radicalization. When these young ones have been radicalized, women can be, and I think there's a group in Northeast that does that. Also, women are very good mediators. We have a Nigerian women national mediation group, and then we have them at the state level. I know my president for Kaduna is here, Professor Hawa. Then negotiation, women can be involved in negotiation and rehabilitation. I have some call to action. We must all commit to gender-responsive peace processes. Please, enough of this lip service. When we go for meeting, we say good things about how women must be this, that. But when we go back, we don't put it into practice. Another call to action is that we should strengthen partnerships between government, communities, and civil society. Promote awareness and advocacy for inclusive peace building. If you don't do anything at all, advocate to somebody, let the person understand the importance of inclusive peace building. Policy and institutional support, strengthen the role of local civil society, and then ensure that NAP, SAP, or LAP are implemented. Finally, recommendations. I said we should end lip service to women inclusion by investing in community women-led organizations. That's how you will show you are serious about it. Investing means putting money in there, because where your money is, you know how it is. So let's invest. Even for government too, they need to invest. And one of our advocacy right now, as I'm speaking, is that government should give us a designated budget line for the work of WPS. So when government is doing budget at the state level, they must make sure that there is some amount that is set aside. Then another recommendation is that we should scale up advocacy around common issues. What are the issues in your community? Please scale up advocacy so that people will have to know about it. Don't sit in one place and hope that every other person will hear. We conduct regular service mapping and update accordingly. Who is in the community? What is their role? How important are they? How influential are they? How can they contribute to this? We need to do that kind of mapping. And then, of course, data collection, particularly around gender-based violence. I have mentioned the issue of training and retraining and sensitization and awareness creation. Let me tell you something sad, unfortunate that happened. When I was reviewing SAP for Kaduna State, the first one, I sent out a questionnaire, and we also went to the field to ask people, please, what do you know about this, the state action plan in Kaduna for the implementation of 1325? All the people we interviewed and all the focal group discussions participants and those that we spoke with or field questionnaire, only 2% said they are aware. So what's the use of developing a policy if we cannot create awareness around it? People must know. Don't let us take this for granted. And one of the things I've told you to do is to try and educate yourself, improve yourself by running these things down on the internet and using them. Thank you so very much for your attention. I know it's been a bit lengthy, but I believe that that background information looks like a story. But if we encourage people to know that this is where we are coming from, we are not just saying women should be included. There is a history behind it. Thank you very much. I can take maybe 1 or 2 questions, can I? Please. There's one there. There's a second hand there. Another one. Oh, a third one. Okay, if we can make it 1 minute, just straight to the point. You can also contribute. It doesn't have to be a question. So we have 1 here, 2. The lady is 3, and the gentleman is 4. 1 minute, please. Yes.
My name is Jonathan Abeze. I am representing my state commandant, Commandant Datiyame, Katsina State Commandant. Ma, you have killed the topic.
I have.
Killed it. You killed it, you bury it.
Okay.
But I just want to ask you one question where you were talking about culture. And I want to say, most of the times, what has actually limited us is the so-called culture. And from your presentation, you told us that we don't have to respect cultures that had issues, that are discriminatory, judging from the colonial master. When they came, they did not respect our culture. And today they have influenced 2 of us. What you are wearing is theirs. What I'm wearing is theirs. If you don't speak grammar very well, people will laugh at you. And I want to thank the gentleman yesterday that said, even though I didn't hear what he said, I want to speak in my dialect. Okay. Ma, do we have to respect culture that are killing us? The issue of killing twins then in the southeast. Today is a culture. We don't practice it, and it is good for us. That is number 1. Do we have to respect culture that are discriminatory? Secondly, I want to ask us, what has happened to National Orientation Agency? When Jerry Ghana was there, whatever policy government is driving, everybody hears it. Radio jingle, television announcement, everywhere. Please, now that Jerry Ghana is still alive, we must go to him and tap that experience from him, so that all these things you told us here, at my level, I don't know them. And that is an issue. So if I don't know, what about the people in the village? We really need to drive these things we cannot continue waiting for global rights to come and do it for us. As we are in this hall, we can make a mark. We can, if you wish to. Let me not bore you with too much issues. I want to rest my case. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. And let me just respond very quickly. Or do I take? Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, I agree with you absolutely that the topic looks like changed, because we are supposed to talk about strategies. That's the title. Strategies. We are using community engagement as a tool to arriving at gender and social inclusion. But if I just came here and I said, these are the strategies, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All the information I have given about Resolution 1325, I did it intentionally because many people have told us that we don't like all these things that you people are bringing because you are bringing foreign idea. So that is why I brought up that history. It was by a black man, Kofi Annan, a Ghanaian. And all the other things that I did mention, the previous slides before that, those strategies, they are to build up our understanding. Because for you to talk about strategies, you need to understand certain concepts, especially those who will be working in peace building. You cannot be advocating on something that you don't know. Am I right? You can't advocate on something that you don't know. As far as the issue of respecting culture that discriminate, you were just supporting me because that's what I said. I said we cannot continue to respect culture that is harmful. And you gave the example of the killing of the twins. That one is harmful, isn't it? We cannot continue on that path. So that is why I'm saying any form of culture, the way you know whether we should keep it or not is ask yourself, is it actually discriminating against a particular religion or a particular ethnic group, or is it discriminating against women or against girls or against boys? Ask yourself. If it is, then that culture does not qualify to be promoted. But the culture that brings together, and that's why I was very careful of saying, of not giving the impression that culture is bad. No. There are cultural practices that are good. But we are saying, for peace building, look at the practices and determine whether they are not discriminatory and if they are not harmful. If they are not, why not? And I even in my presentation said that there's a need for us, for culture sensitivity. We must know the culture of the community that we work with and respect it. So you have just asked the question in a way that you supported me actually, because that's the point that I made. As far as national orientation is concerned, I think that is supposed to be a government arm in development work, civil society. But one thing I know is that they are on ground. 774 local government areas, you have national orientation. I'm telling you what I know. But whether they are working or they are not working, it's not for me to say. But they are on ground. So the challenge will be, now that you have an issue on hand, can you get national orientation agency to actually popularize whatever that issue is? Because that's what they are there for, to create awareness. So when we engage them, they will do. What we are doing is that we are sitting and waiting for government to engage them, but we can engage them. We can engage them. If I have a project today and I say to national orientation, please come and help me popularize this matter on 1325. That's from me, my initiative. But we cannot wait for government. When government is busy with what it is doing, it will not remember that National Orientation Agency is supposed to be creating awareness for the people. Yes, please. I hope I've answered some of your questions. Yeah, that's right.
We have 1 million community, we have 1 million community leaders. Therefore, we are bigger than one. Because we talk to the community, we talk to everyone, we take it seriously. We are people who change the whole culture of God.
Yeah.
In Islam, religion as I believe, the Prophet Sallallahu during his time, the women stand the one who brings the peace. In the time that there's conflict, then the women stand
Oh. That's good. I wish everybody has that idea. That's is sensitized. Okay.
The time when Prophet ﷺ and delegate people to go to do Hajj something, so he asked them to shave their hair, but he said they resist. The Prophet was so unhappy about what they did. Then his wife Salma, she said, "No, don't worry, just do. Let them see what you do." Then he do, and all of them they comply. He said, "I'm happy for you." She was one who bring the feast in the whole time. And there was women during Prophet time again. They said, "Prophet, we want to participate in the war, in the battle war. Battle is even bigger than peace building." And the Prophet says, "You should come. We'll go with you." And they did. That's the beginning of the nursing and midwifery in Muslim. The women follow the troop at back. When there was broken any people, the follower of the Prophet, the women will now come and do first aid for them.
Okay.
So even at the battle field, women participate during the Prophet time.
Okay.
So we. In the
Thank you
religion,
so much.
when we go to
Thank
custom
you. Thank
tradition,
you.
We can have all this.
Sarki,
No matter no one
thank
can
you.
do it. We, the imam there, the community leader, the way we say people respect, we are better listened to and respected. We shape the people and influencing decision better than Noah, better than any radio.
I know. But what I'm saying is that since I've not carried out any research, I cannot come out here and say this one is better than this one. But the challenge I threw to him is that we are the people to even make that Noah work. If we are working, Noah will see, and they can come on board. Nothing stops us from inviting them. But that is the issue. Yeah, thank you. Next.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
I'm Mohammed, my father. I'm the Sub-Project Officer of Women's Rights Advancement and Protection Alternative Rapper, Kasina. I think I have my own contribution to what you have just said. And the topic you have just spoken is, I think, is the best that defines the theme of this conference.
Okay.
Community engagement. And I think the issue is now at how can we sustain what we have done in the last 2 years?
Yeah.
And the best strategy for us to have this strengthen our institutional community engagement is through the community dialogue committees that we had in Sokoto, Katsina, and Kaduna. And the issue now and the question here is, how can we have piloted these CDCs in all these states, and we have recorded successes, both in terms of social inclusion, in terms of peace building, in terms of women participation in peace building. Unfortunately, anytime there is war, there is crisis, women and children are the most affected. So you cannot discuss issues of peace building when those who are most affected are not involved in this kind of decision making.
Absolutely.
So how can we strengthen these CDCs that we have established in these communities for sustainability of this engagement? People yesterday have talked about engagement with government. We have only one community. And let me just speak for Katsina State that I know that we have 44 to 60 districts. And if we have only one community that has CDC, How do you want to, strengthen like the impact and separate that impact to other states? So my concern at the end of this project is how can we come with sustainability policies that will strengthen this CDC both in scale and scope? How can we expand this to other districts, to other local governments, community levels? In my states, we have eight frontline local governments that are affected by banditry.
Yeah.
And the first thing any advocacy will go is, they will tell you, how can you expand this? This is a very nice initiative. How can we expand beyond where we are now? And to this, my advice will be, how can we globalize our other partners? We know the traditional Lusunan are the custodians of our culture. And as Sarki said, they speak and they're closer to the people. How can we engage these emirates at the state level? Let's engage the emirates. Let's see how, if we can be able to convince the emirate, if you can able to convince the eminence of Sultan of Sokoto to say, let's have CDC in all the district heads in your emirates. That will be a long way in addressing this issue. We have a district head here. If you can only appreciate what he has done if you know the parochial nature of our society and culture of Katsina. For somebody within just 8 months of this intervention in Katsina State, he accepted that, oh, this is what I have been getting issues of gender-based violence, sexual gender-based violence in my communities, but I have no people around me who can assist me in listening to these women. In first 2 engagement with him, he said, Mohammed, come, I'm going to appoint a gender desk officer within my council.
Okay.
So this is the way to go, but how can we sustain this with engagement with state, at the state level, with emirates, to see that we expand in scope and scale of this project in the entire district that we have in this state. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that lengthy comment, and very useful. But that is the reason why I gave some few examples of case studies. There's a lot to learn from others. If you are doing the same thing as what they are doing in Sokoto, nothing stops you from learning what are the things they have done to make them very strong, and that they are able to do things on their own. I think your point emphasizes the fact that we have to shift away from depending on donors and doing things on our own. And that is why you were set up, because CDC is like a structure on ground, a structure on ground. So it is for you now to strengthen yourself by extending your hand and making sure that you bring in more people that will come with more ideas and so on. So the issue of sustainability is very important. It's because if you don't continue and CDC dies, then it means that all the investment that has been made have been wasted. So it's a challenge for all of us. Thank you very much. My lady.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. Okay.
I said one minute. In fact, it's just that.
My name is Aisha Ahmed. I'm a woman activist. This is really our area of interest and concern. Having been a part of a state Nigerian Association for Women Entrepreneurs, I served as the president, National Council of Women Society, the state level, and I also serve as the National Council at the National Council of Women Society at national level. Also serve at the West African Women Association. So presently the CEO of Murna Foundation. So that is why I said I am a woman activist, and I'm very much concerned about this topic that is being discussed today. My worry is this. We are in this room discussing, everything has been said, and we all understood it. But the challenge is with our men. I have to say it. with apologies to the men that are present in the room, please. The truth is, I normally tell our people that when we started this program in the 19 something, if you call our women together, hardly can you have a single woman that will attend your program. No woman comes out. This is the truth. But today, we normally drive away some women when we're having some programs. We are getting to that place. Where we are, and why I said the challenge is with the men is this. I normally tell them that if you don't allow the women to come out to assist, to be empowered, and something happen, which we know it has been happening. Men normally die and leave the women with children. She is not educated. She has no skills. She has no any job to handle. Your children becomes almajirai. I'm sorry to make this mention, but that is the bitter truth about the situation we are finding ourselves in. Nobody knows when he is going to die. The man might have more than one woman, but woman has only one man as her husband. And the children depends on these two people, both the man, the father, and the mother. And you don't allow her to have any skill in the pretense that, yes, I'm comfortable, I will not allow my wife to go out and do any work. So we have to change our attitude. This is the truth about it. We have to go back home, change our attitude. It's not about any stereotype, it's not about anything, it's about us facing the bitter reality of life. We have heard about the prophet's time when women were made to act. Our royal fathers present has said much about that. We know it is not the religion that has stopped the women from being part of development. So this is why I think what we need to go back to do is to just try to make sure that we encourage more participation of women. As I'm standing here in Katsina State, we have never had any woman representative at the state level. There had never been. There's none. We've done all we can. We started from the 90s until today. There's still no woman at the National Assembly. Okay, fine. Thank you to the present governor that has fixed 1 or 2 or 3 commissioners on the place. But it is more than that. The local government chairman that were just elected or chosen, whatever that happened, did not have a single woman representation. And we are talking about representation, we are talking about participation, we are talking about protest. What are we doing? We need to, you have to start to allow women to be part of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The last question.
Mine is not a question. You see, this project was very deliberate, intentional in packaging those who are involved. It brought the traditional institution, the security agencies, religious leaders, and people at the community level. And that is because they know that they can work together to make change happen. The traditional leaders and religious leaders, if there are issues with the practices, you have them there to lobby and advocate. It's not, you cannot on your own go and say drop this culture or practice. You have to go and lobby the gatekeepers. In Kaduna, the Women Mediation Network in Kaduna South, we went and met the Hakimi, the district head of Kaduna South, because I'm leading Kaduna South Women Mediators. And he brought all his 16, the circle under his, from the different wards. And we made him grand patron. They are all patrons. And what they did, we talked about women's participation. And so they have started appointing women. They just installed one 3 weeks ago. It's Banawa that we want to face now. he promised that he will do something. So he will bring all the chiefs under him, and they will do likewise. So you cannot change cultural, socio-cultural practices in a jiffy. But I also wanted to make a point that if that fails, you can also go to court. And we have a judge of a very some may call it even can take up what they call public interest litigation. There are lots of cases where they have declared some cultures, I don't want to use the legal jargon, but they say they should stop practicing them. That is the worst case scenario. So let us make use of what we have. This project has all the people that can make change to happen. Let us look at them. Everybody has a role to play. If you are in the security agency, you can do your own part. If you are in the traditional rulers, if the community sees that the traditional ruler is not responsive to what you want, you can look elsewhere. But that's just the appeal that I can make, that we can make this change happen. We don't have to look elsewhere at all. But let me make a comment on early warning. I was saying I'm not going to make early warning. Yes, it's not the responsibility of Peace Commission. Early warning is everybody's business. You report. Everybody is a responder. If you look at the Peace Commission, we have the list of NGOs, security agencies, almost everybody, because there are some NGOs like FIDA providing counseling and legal representation. They are traditional rulers. So if it is something to do with culture, the traditional ruler will take so if it's an issue of culture, forceful marriage, we'll meet the traditional ruler and say, what can you do, or the religious leader. So response is everybody's business. It's not meant for, and most of the cases, the early warning cases we get, they are after the thing has happened. All these bandit attacks and co. So, but I want everybody to know that you are all responsible for your peace and security. If you don't report, nothing would happen. Responders, if you get the report, you need to also respond so that we can make this world better for you and I. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mickey. That gentleman, I actually, okay. Well, the last two were actually comments also, where my sister was lamenting over the fact that women are so backward where they are coming from. They are still far away. My sister, that's how it is. But if you look back 10 years ago, you know that there's an improvement. Some years back, I would have been able to count the number of women on my fingertips that will be sitting here. But you can see now much more. So let's not give up. Let's not be discouraged. I know that as an activist, you would like to see things happen quick. But things don't happen like that, especially when it has to do with tradition and culture. So it is to continue, like Becky said, lobbying, advocating, getting people to understand these things. Yes, then for Becky, yes, I agree with you that response is everybody's business. It depends on the issue at stake. Because if it has to do with bandits, I think it is very difficult for you to expect somebody who has reported that I saw something like this for the person to respond. We normally will expect that government will respond. But like you said, if everything else fails, people can go to court. I would like to give an option there. There are a lot of mediation centers now. Going to court, not just that it is expensive. It is also time consuming. After many years, you never come out as friends again if you go to court. But there is mediation, there are mediation centers you can go, and a mediator, a qualified mediator, can help you resolve your issue. There's the open door, whatever that you people have. I think a big one in Lagos, the lawyers are there, open door. So I think, multi, not open, multi, but it's open for public, isn't it? Can everybody go there? Anybody can go. Okay, so that's good. So thank you so much for that. I think it's been an interesting one, and I appreciate as many of you as gave me your attention. I am still available. If you need some extra discussion, please do come and we can talk it over. Thank you so much.
Please, let's give another round of applause for Dr. Lydia Umar as she takes her seat. Her years and wealth of experience as an educationist and development professional are clearly showing. She's not just the executive director of Gender Awareness Trust. She co-founded it back in the year 2000. So she's been in this very, very committedly for the past 25 years. So once more, a round of applause for Dr. Lydia Umar. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. Key takeaways from her conversation. There's clear need for proper dissemination of information concerning all the work that is being done in this space, especially as it concerns the National Action Plan, the State Action Plan, and the Local Action Plan. Ma, you pointed us in one direction where we can get the UN resolution on 1325. Is there a way somewhere we can go to get the National Action Plan, the State Action Plan, and the Local Action Plans? Okay, so we'll get that information so that from this moment we are acquainting ourselves with that information, and then we can start to take action. Okay. And get them. Okay. Thank you very much for that information, ma'am. So we know where to go, whether it is for the state, the national, or the local action plans. All right. Another key takeaway as we move on to the next session is there is need to implement. So even when we go and get those documents, please let us start implementing. She mentioned 1325, the UN resolution. There have been 9 other resolutions since resolution 1325, and not enough implementation. So thank you again once more for that. All right, we're moving on very quickly. The time is currently 11:10, so I'll just set the tone for how this first session is going to go, and then we wrap it up, go on tea break. Part of the work that Global Rights has been doing is ensuring that they continue to set up platforms where all the stakeholders can come and engage. I remember the conversation around NOA this, NOA that. It's all about collaboration. So if there's a community development, community dialogue, that's the word, forgive me, community dialogue committee set up in your state, it wouldn't hurt to involve all the stakeholders from the federal level down. Imagine if there was collaboration at that level. I believe that it would have blown up even more. So we're going to be hearing from some of the team, some of the key people in some of these community dialogue committees. They're going to come up and share their experiences, and then we would engage with them. Please, I would urge us very much to keep to time as much as possible. I will be bringing up 2 people who have played a key role in these committees, and they will share their experience and then we'll engage with them. So the first person will speak for about 5 minutes, share their experience. The second person will speak for another 5 minutes, and then we will take the rest of the time, 10 minutes, to engage with them. And then for any other person who didn't get their questions answered when Dr. Lydia spoke, you can also engage, so that by 11:30 on the dot, we can go for tea break, and then we can come back and continue the session, so as not to keep us here longer than necessary. So please help me make welcome as I bring up on stage the team lead, Sokoto Community Dialogue Committee, Gender-Based Violence, ACC Falilat Bello, as she comes up to share her experience. Please keep clapping until she comes. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. His Royal Highness, my commandant, the commandant of Sokoto State and Kano, global rights officials, and all the participants. Please permit me to stand on already existing protocol. I am ACC Falilat Bello, OC Gender, NSCDC, Sokoto State Command. Over the years, while serving as the Desk Officer for Sexual and Gender-Based Violence in Sokoto State, I have recorded numerous cases of gender-based violence. Data indicates that nearly 70% of these cases originated from local communities. Several factors contribute to this high prevalence, including cultural and social norms, community leaders, influence, parental attitudes, and a lack of awareness regarding the gravities of the offense and the associated legal consequences. Unfortunately, many community leaders and parents hinder investigations and prosecutions process due to societal prejudice and misconceptions. In many cases, blame is shifted to security operatives with allegations of bribe, incompetence, or negligence, where in reality, these cases are often obstructed by those who should be advocating for justice. I have several challenges which I will mention few because of the time frame. One, community resistance to investigations and prosecutions. A common challenge is the reluctance of parents and community leaders to cooperate in investigations. Some refuse to allow victims to undergo medical examinations, which are crucial for gathering evidence and ensuring a successful prosecutions. For instance, I have witnessed cases where victims' families actively obstruct investigations because they fear the social stigma attached to such cases. A recent case involved a 14-year-old girl abducted by 3 young men between the age of 21 and 25 years and held for 3 days. When the perpetrators were apprehended, the victim's parents resisted the investigations, fearing that publicizing the case would tarnish their daughter's image and reputations and reduce her chances of marriage. This mindset, rooted in deep-seated cultural beliefs is prevalent in many communities. Thankfully, through continuous dialogues and awareness efforts, we were able to convince the parents of the dangers of protecting individuals with criminal tendencies. The cases proceeded to court and the defendants were arraigned, ensuring justice was served. Secondly, vulnerabilities of victims and profiles of perpetrators. From my observations, the most vulnerable victims of SGBV, that is social and gender-based violence, are teenagers, both male and females, aged between 3 to 35 years. The majorities of perpetrators are youth aged from 15 years to 25 years, primarily from local communities. This highlights the urgent need to targeted awareness campaigns and preventive measures within these communities. Thirdly, we have financial and logistical constraints. Another significant challenge in handling social agenda-based violence cases is the lack of financial and logistical support. Many incidents occurred in remote areas, requiring transportations of victims and suspects of the state headquarters, where cases can be professionally handled. Often, we rely on the personal support of our commandants to cover those costs without adequate fundings. Delay in transporting victims and suspects can compromise evidence, weakening prosecution's efforts. Recommendations for strengthening community-based response to sexual agenda-based violence. One, we have increased awareness and sensitizations conduct, regular community engagement sessions to educate leaders, parents, and youth on the dangers of sexual and gender-based violence and the importance of legal actions. Collaborate with religious and traditional leaders to change harmful societal norms that protect perpetrators. Secondly, strengthening legal and investigative processes. We ensure that victims receive immediate medical and psychological support to aid both their recoveries and legal processes. Kudos to Global Rights for their trainees and retrainees, especially in referral pathways. In Sokoto, we have a good synergies between the law enforcement agency, the community dialogue committees, the women affairs, and as well as SAC centers. You can see that when there is any cases of sexual and gender-based violence, immediately, though Sokoto is different from other communities because in GBV we have, which I happen to be the chairperson of the gender-based unit in Gagi community dialogue committees. We also have a police who is also part of the GBV. And we also have a Ministry of Women Affairs as well as sex centers. So we find it very, very easy for us to, because of the synergy, once there is any cases within the minute, we just refer the case, to the SAC centers for psychosocial support, for the medical examinations, while we refer the case to either to the police or to civil defense for the arresting of the perpetrators, to investigate the cases at the same time for prosecutions. So that is why I said Sokoto is please let's clap for Sokoto. Now, improving financial and logistical support. Advocate for increased government funding to support the transportations of victims and suspects. Strengthen partnership with non-governmental organizations that can produce the financial and legal assistance. In conclusions, addressing, because you give me, I can talk very much, but you have given me 5 minutes. Addressing social agenda-based violence within the community structures require collective efforts from the security agency, community leaders, and civil society organizations by improving the awareness, overcoming cultural resistance, and ensuring adequate logistical support. We can create a safer society for vulnerable individuals and bring perpetrators to justice. To achieve all this, all stakeholders must corroborate, support investigations, and prioritize justice over societal stigmas. Only then can we achieve meaningful progress in eradicating gender-based violence in our community. Thank you, and God bless.
Please, another round of applause for the ACC, Falilat Bello. Thank you very much, ma'am. I'm sure when it's time for the audience to engage with you, you will still get a little more time to share on some of your experiences. So Forgive the rush. All right, we're bringing up the team secretary of the Kaduna Community Dialogue Committee, Gender-Based Violence Team, Mr. Solomon Clement. Please, can we give him a round of applause as he comes up?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I have the permission to stand on the existing protocol? My name is Clement Solomon. I am the PRO of the CDC, Zonkwa Zongon Kataf in Kaduna State, and also the secretary of the GBV team. Prior to the inauguration of the GBV team, what we actually have been facing in our community is actually something not to write home about, because we don't know where to go, what to do before the global rights intervention came in terms of GBV. Prior to that, in our communities, when there are GBV cases, you find out that either the religious leaders are actually coming into the situation, or our traditional rulers coming into the situation. We have a case whereby a child was molested and the parents actually want to take this case up. But because they called the religious leaders, they came in between, they now decided to bring these families together and say, he is your member, she is our daughter, so let's forget about this thing and bury this thing at home. That was how it ended. Because there were no awareness creation. People were not aware, people were not knowledgeable of what to do, where to go, and who to meet. But now I want to say thank you to Global Rights and its partner. During the establishment of this committee, we were trained and we went back home. Since we know the key actors, the stakeholders who always interfere in this situation, what we did was to bring them together. We brought all the stakeholders together, the gatekeepers in our communities together. We sensitized them. We sensitized them on the effect of gender-based violence in our community. After that, we now decided to also sensitize our community on the effect of gender-based violence in the community. Yesterday, when my chairman was actually talking, he said that a lot of cases today are coming out. The reason is because of the sensitization that this committee have been doing. People now are having confidence. People now are having the belief that when we come out with our problems, we know where to go and justice is going to be served. Thanks to Global Rights. Last week, I want to believe that we have a case that Global Rights shared, for those of us that are following Global Rights in our page. A 74-year-old man who raped a 7-year-old girl. If not for the synergy that we have with these stakeholders in our community, we wouldn't have achieved that very arrest. We were called. There was an incident. An old man raped a young girl, and the family refused to allow the security to take this, to arrest the man. They were just going up, down, up and down. So because of the synergy we have with the traditional ruler, we went and met the Dekachi of the area. We said, sir, this is what brought us. This is what has been happening. What will you do as a leader? He now said, okay, since that is the case, what we will do, let's go to the house. He went. He is the head of the community, so they must give him access to the house. That was how we were able to achieve that. The man got arrested and he has been prosecuted. Thank God to Global Rights. After that, we were trained on referral pathways. Then we don't know how to make referrals. When something happens, we just do it the way we do. But because of the training that we had on referral pathways, we have this synergy with the SAC Center in Kafanchan. We seriously want to appreciate Mrs. Grace Abin, who has been doing wonderfully well in terms of GBV in the whole Southern Kaduna. Please, let's give her a round of applause. She's doing wonderfully well. Whenever I see her call, I know something has happened somewhere. Or whenever she see my call, she now said, Solo, what is the problem? It's always a problem. We actually want to say thank you because Global Right has enlightened us, has built our capacity on how and what to do in terms of GBVs. Today, I want to tell you, in our community, we have created an awareness in more than 13 schools today, where we have inaugurated gender-based team in these 13 schools. We have trained them, we have sensitized them on the effects of drugs abuse in gender-based violence, which is one of the key. Because you have other cases where you find out somebody will tell you that, I don't know when I did this, I was drunk. And we look at the youth in the secondary schools as targeted audience where we were able to sensitize them on gender-based violence. Today, we have a very good collaboration in our local government with all stakeholders. Thank you to Global Right. At this juncture, I want to say thank you for giving me this opportunity to actually speak on behalf of the team. Thank you and God bless you.
Please, another round of applause for Mr. Solomon Clements, the team secretary, Kaduna CDC GBV team. All right, at this juncture, we are going to be opening it up to the audience to engage. The CDC GBV members have shared from their experiences. Perhaps there's something you want to add, or there's some advice, or some way that you think that, just lending your voice can help the process move forward. Now is the time to do that. So by show of hands, please, can we see any contributions? Only two. Okay, so there's a lady over there. Okay, yes, sir. Please, you've been pending from the first session. Okay. Who? Oh, okay. We have just roughly 10 minutes to do this, so please, let's make it quick. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, good day, I call it. And let me stand by the existing protocols, all mentioned. Now I'm sharing or comparing the two. I wouldn't forget the presentation made by Dr. Umar, the community engagement that she has mentioned, and the deficiencies that we are experiencing that has caused a lot of havoc. The process, including the citing or long-term sustainability of whatever that is going to happen. And the one that they have presented now from the CDCs. One, I discovered that the presentation that she made, there is what is called deficiency in gender mainstreaming. I don't know that the doctor may be attentive, and then she said gender mainstreaming. I agree with her 100%. All the problems that we are facing, including the stigmatization that we are faced with, are due to gender mainstreaming deficiencies. Now for the CTCs that they have presented now, they have presented a lot of fantastic things under what they have been saying. But did you understand one thing? From the one they have the GPP and have been presented. We are liking that one. Did you understand? Even including the one of Kaduna. The Kaduna one, they said, he said, they have done it in so-so area and so-so places, about 3 he has mentioned. And the one that is called is in the secondary schools, whereby he has mentioned the number of schools. But what of the beneficiaries? Do we have the data for that? Let's continue to focus towards ourselves into data collection. And so that we can know, we can easily understand where we are going and the road that she has shown to us. That are we now going along the road so that we go together? Let us leave no one behind.
Okay, sir.
It's very important to us. Now, for example, I can tell you I boast, though we didn't do much in Katsina, but we have done a lot of things, including the SAC center, establishment, all this, and the number of the frontline LGS that have been mentioned. All of them are now alive. Our district head, one single district head, he made a desk officer where the gender mainstreaming is there. A woman inside the palace of this district head. Women. She's there deciding for whatever. She's part of the policy making. She's part of the integration. She's whatever. She can resolve issue. And then my sister Rebecca, or my daughter, I call her, Dr. Rebecca, she made one mention something that cannot be applicable in the northwestern area origin. She mentioned that if you cannot implement so-so things, you cannot do this one, go to court. I beg, I like to use this opportunity not to dare give the final suggestion that court is the final order. No. That's why, I'm happy. Somebody mentioned Lagos multi-door courts, houses. Yes, we have established it there in Katsina. The Kaduna one also is there. So multi-door courts are their houses. They are called multi-door open court system or court houses.
Okay.
And they are there used. And ADR is taking place inside particular places. And they have proved to be successful. And this ADR is taking place in our district head houses. Look, there's one secret, something that they refuse to tell you about the secret. I happen to be part of the family of the district, the villages, leaders, and so on. Since my childhood, I understand so many disputes have been resolved by a woman, including my mother. By that time, I cannot understand what she was saying, but they resolved a lot of issues, including, I wouldn't forget, even the Fulani farmers, something had us. It was resolved there by the women inside their houses, inside the district head houses. So please, let us move forward. Okay. Let's integrate something. Let's do something. The sensitization that she has mentioned, the gender mainstreaming is important to answer all the questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you. At this point, I will have to crave our indulgence. We have informed them. We first of all moved it from 11 to 11:30. We've informed them about 11:30, and it's currently 11:35. So we will have to come back after tea break to take the rest of the comments. So please bear with us. Also, for those of us who are fasting, we understand that yesterday when your food was packed, it wasn't kept warm. Please, we have corrected that today. Your tea break will be packed and kept warm, so you can stay back in the hall. And also, when it comes to lunchtime, it will be packed and kept warm as well, because we respect that you are fasting. So please, the rest of us who are not observing the fast can proceed outside for tea break. Tea break is no more than 30 minutes. You wanted very much to watch the Project Impact documentary. So in exactly 30 minutes time, that documentary will start playing. We would like for you to be here to see all of it. Thank you very much, and see you in 30 minutes.
communities in Nigeria have become vulnerable to violent clashes and attacks. What's worse is that it is difficult to seek justice because they cannot quantify or prove the degree of losses sustained. Also, most of them do not know how to use the early warning signs: lie, increase in hate or dangerous speech, an ethnic or religious group suddenly leaving or entering your community in large numbers, cattle rustling or burning of farmlands, attempts to drive people from their homes, increase in violence by armed forces or militants, a sudden withdrawal of security agents. All sound familiar? If your community has suffered violence in recent years, or you sense some imminent danger, then your community can be referred to being vulnerable to violence or atrocities. What are atrocities, you may ask? Though difficult to define, it is generally agreed that they are extremely wicked or cruel acts, which often involve physical violence or injuries. The good news is, you can get help. What many people do not realize is that violence rarely happens suddenly. There is usually a build-up of tension and hostility that suggests it is likely to occur. That is why it is important to build an effective community-based early warning system to prevent atrocities. So if you belong to a vulnerable community, rather than panic, all you need to do is to learn the basic steps to take before, during, and after violent attacks in order to prevent or minimize the effect of violent conflicts in your community. There are also simple tips to collecting evidence that will help you seek justice for the atrocities committed against your community. You may ask, who should be involved in early warnings for your community? I say, not only the community leaders, but also vulnerable members of the society should all be engaged in community early warning efforts. Everyone has a part to play. What to do before an attack occurs? 1. You need to keep very careful records of the state of things before, during, and after violence breaks out in your community. This is called documentation, and it typically involves keeping a record of every individual in your community, male, female, adults, and children. Records should include name, age, occupation, phone number, and photographs where available. Keeping a record of properties and their owners within the community. This includes numbers and types of houses, businesses, public properties like schools, hospitals, and so on. Taking pictures of different sites across the community so that you can compare changes should violence occur. Keeping a copy of these records at another location outside your community, preferably in both printed and electronic copies, and remember to update them periodically. 2. Prepare a safety plan. This will help your community prevent a likely attack or an impact of one. Your plan should look like this. During peace times, meet with the key security officials in charge of your district. For example, the DPO in charge of police in your area, or the head of civil defense, or the head of military command station near you, to discuss how best to communicate early warning signs, sensitive information, and threats of violence. If for some reason you do not trust the security agencies in your community, get in touch with your supervisors and make sure to share the same information with them, or a neutral body like the National Human Rights Commission or the Human Rights NGO for them to follow up. Also, keep an updated list of telephone numbers of key persons, security agencies, NGOs, so that they can help you in case of an attack. Ensure that the head of every household has the emergency numbers and knows who to call if they sense an upcoming attack. In addition, encourage each family to develop a plan of how and when to flee and where to meet should they become separated in a crisis. Everyone should also prepare a survival kit. A survival kit should be as light as possible, containing only essential items like a phone with a recharge card, power bank, keg of water, essential drugs and disinfectants, dry instant foods, blankets or wrappers, a transistor radio, and so on. What to do during an attack? In the event that a violent attack occurs in your community, the most important thing to do is to try to get yourself to safety. If you can grab your survival kit as you make your way out of the vicinity, then, once you've found a safe place to hide, start calling the emergency numbers you have saved to report the situation. After an attack, once the attack is over, you will need to take a register of affected persons and properties. Then, write a detailed account of how the attack occurred by taking note of the description of attackers as much as possible. When and where did the attack take place? The attacker's entry and exit point, the type of weapons used, type of transportation used. What do you think caused the attack? How many people are affected? Who responded to the attack? How many victims the neighboring hospitals treated? What types of wounds were they treating? How many people died? How many are admitted? How many have permanent disability? How many people died and buried? How many are missing? Also try to collect as much evidence as you can find, including bullet shells or weapons used. In collecting visual evidence of the attack, make sure to take pictures and videos as soon as possible, before the site of the attack is cleared up or tampered with. Once this is done, you must preserve the evidence in a safe location. You can send pictures and videos to a reliable email address and save copies of them on a computer. Also, try not to send videos and pictures via WhatsApp so you do not lose information on when and where they were taken. If you have done this successfully, you would have gone a really long way in assisting the law enforcement to track down the attackers. Finally, you should know that even in the midst of violent conflict, your rights must be protected by the government. It is the government's responsibility to respect your human rights and protect you from harm during armed conflict, provided you are not actively involved in violence. The government has a primary responsibility to ensure that your life is not taken by anyone. You have easy access to healthcare at all times. You are treated with dignity at all times and under all circumstances. You are protected from being displaced or forced to leave your home or community. You are kept safe from attacks. You are not sexually harassed or molested by anyone. Your right to make your own decision is respected and protected. Your right to earn a living is preserved. If you need any information or wish to report cases of attacks and rights violation, you may contact any of the following: Global Rights, National Human Rights Commission, NHRC, the Nigeria Police Force Complaint Response Unit, CRU, Nigerian Army Human Rights Desk. Demand your right today.
Al'ummomi da yawa a Najeriya sun tsinci kansu cikin tashin hankali da rikice-rikice. Menene mafi muni? Yana da wahala su nemi adalci saboda ba za su iya kididdiga yawan asarar da aka tafka musu. Hakanan, mafi yawansu ba su san yadda ake amfani da alamun gargadin farko ba, kamar su karuwan kiyayya, habaici ko magana mai hadari, wata gangamin kabila ko kungiyan addini da ke barin al'umma ko shigowa cikinta, sace shanaye ko kona gonaki, yunkurin korar mutane daga muhallinsu, tsangwama daga jami'an tsaro ko 'yan banga, janye jami'an tsaro kwatsam, kamar zance ko? Idan al'ummarku sun taba afkawa cikin tashin hankali a shekaran da suka shuɗe, ko kuma kuna fargabar akwai haɗari, za a iya wa al'ummarku laƙabi da waɗanda zalunci ko rikici zai iya shafa a kowane lokaci. Tambaya a nan, menene zalunci? Ko da yake akwai wahalar bayani, amma an yarda cewa zalunci tsantsan mugunta ne da rashin imani, waɗanda galibi suka shafi tashin hankali, cin zarafi ko rauni. Labari mai daɗi shine za ku iya samun tayo. Abinda mutane da yawa ba su sani ba shine tashin hankali baya faruwa kwatsam ba zato ba tsammani. Akwai wasu alamu na rashin jituwa wanda ke nuna yiwuwar hakan zai faru. Wannan shine dalilin da yasa yana da mahimmanci a gina ingantaccen tsarin faɗakarwa al'umma game da hana aukuwar fitina. Don haka, idan kun kasance cikin wata al'umma mai fuskantar tashin hankali, maimakon tsoro, duk abin da ya kamata ku yi shine ku koyi matakan farko da za ku ɗauka kafin harin, lokacin harin da kuma bayan harin, don hanawa ko rage tasirin rikice-rikice a cikin al'ummar. Akwai kuma shawarwari masu sauƙi waɗanda za su tattara hujjoji da za su taimaka muku wajen neman adalci game da kisan kiyashi da ake yi wa al'ummar. Wane ne ya cancanta a sanarwa gargaɗin farko al'ummanku? Ba wai kawai shugabannin al'umma ba, har ma da mamba na al'umma gami da iyaye, matasa, ya kamata duka su tsundum cikin faɗakarwa a al'umma. Kowa yana da rawar da zai taka. Abin da za a yi kamun aukuwar harin: na ɗaya, kuna buƙatar ajiye kundi game da yanayin abubuwa kafin harin, lokacin harin da kuma bayan barkewar rikici a cikin yankin. Ana kiran wannan da kundi na al'umma, kuma galibi ya kunshi abubuwa kamar haka: ajiye kundin kowane mutum a cikin jama'arku, maza da mata, manya da yara. Bayanan da akan rubuta a kundin sun hada da sunan mutum, shekara, aiki, lambar waya da kuma hoto. Ajiye kundin kadarori da masu shi a cikin al'umma. Waɗannan sun haɗa da lamba da nau'o'in gidaje, kasuwanni, kayan jama'a kamar makarantu, asibitoci da sauransu. Ɗaukar hotunan ɓangare daban-daban a faɗin unguwar da wuraren ƙasa saboda ku iya kwatanta canje-canje idan rikici ya faru. Adana kwafin waɗannan bayanan a wani wuri daban a wajen alƙaryarku. Zai fi dacewa a cikin kwafi da kwafi na lantarki wato photocopy da kuma ɓoye sa a yanar gizo. Sannan ku tuna da sabunta su lokaci bayan lokaci. Na gaba, kuna buƙatan shirya shirin kare kanku. Wannan zai taimaka wa al'umma wajen hana yawo hari ko tasirin hare-haren. Shirinku su taswira, jadawali kuma zane-zane. Yayin zaman lumana, ku sadu da manyan jami'an tsaro waɗanda ke kula da yankinku. Alal misali, DPO mai kula da caji office na anguwanku, shugaban rundunar tsaro na civil defense ko kuma rundunar soji da ke kusa da ku. Don tattauna yadda ya fi dacewa gano alamomin gargaɗi na farko da kuma bayanan sirri game da barazanar tashin hankali. Idan saboda wasu dalilai ba ku yadda da hukumar tsaron yankinku ba, tuntuɓi masu kula da su kuma ku tabbatar da cewa kun yi musayar bayani iri ɗaya tare da su akan wata ƙungiya ta tsaka-tsaki kamar su ƙungiyar kare haƙƙin ɗan adam na ƙasa ko kuma ƙungiyar kare haƙƙin ɗan adam masu zaman kansu domin su bi muku kadi. Hakanan, a adana jerin lambobin wayar na manyan mutane da kungiyoyin kansu za su iya taimaka muku yayin da aka kawo muku hari. Tabbatar da cewa shugaban kowane gida yana da lambobin gaggawa kuma ya san wanda zai kira idan sun ji za a kawo hari. Bugu da ƙari, ƙarfafa kowane iyali su tsara tsarin yadda za su gudu da kuma inda za su haɗu idan ya zamana an kawo musu hari. Kowa ya kamata ya shirya kayan tsira kamar su waya tare da kati, fitila mai batir, goran ruwa, magunguna masu muhimmanci da kuma maganin kashe ƙwayoyin cuta, busasshen abinci wanda ake iya sarrafa shi nan take, bargo mayafi, ƙaramin rediyo na jin labaru. Abin da za ku yi a lokacin da aka kawo hari. A yayin da aka kawo muku hari a cikin al'ummarku, mafi mahimmancin abin da ya kamata ku yi shine ƙoƙarin samun kanku cikin tsaro. Idan za ku iya ɗaukan kayan tsiranku da kuka ajiye domin tserewa daga yankin, a yi maza a ɗauka domin zai taimaka. Sannan da zarar an sami mafaka mai kyau, fara kiran lambobin gaggawa waɗanda aka ajiye don ba da rahoton halin da ake ciki. Da zarar an gama kai harin, kuna buƙatar ku yi rajistar mutanen da abin ya shafa da kuma dukiyoyinsu, sannan ku yi cikakken bayanin yadda abin ya faru ta hanyar lura da bayanin kai harin gwargwadon iko, yaushe kuma a ina aka kai harin, hanyar da maharar suka shigo da kuma hanyar da suka fita, nau'in makaman da aka yi amfani da su, nau'ikan sufurin da maharar suka yi amfani da su, abin da kuke tsammanin shi ya haifar da harin, mutum nawa abin ya shafa, waɗanda suka tare maharar, mutane nawa asibitin makwabta suka yi wa jinya, wani irin raunuka suka ji, mutane nawa suka mutu, mutane nawa ne a asibiti, guda nawa ne aka nakasa na har abada, mutane nawa suka mutu aka binne su, guda nawa ne suka bata. Hakanan yi ƙoƙarin tattaro hujjoji da yawa kamar yadda za ku iya samu game da gidan harsasai ko makaman da aka yi amfani da su. Ku tabbatar cewa kun ɗauki hotuna da bidiyo cikin gaggawa kafin a lalata shaidun ko su shuɗe. Da zarar an yi wannan, dole ne a adana hujjoji a cikin amintaccen wuri. Za ku iya aika hotuna ko bidiyo zuwa adireshin imel sannan da adana kwafinsu a kan na'urar kwamfuta. Hakanan yi ƙoƙari kada ku aika bidiyo ko hotuna ta hanyar WhatsApp don kada ku rasa bayani akan lokaci da kuma inda aka ɗauke su. Idan kuka yi duk waɗannan nasarar, lallai kun taimaka wa jami'an tsaro wajen tabbatar da gano waɗanda suka kai hari. A ƙarshe, ya kamata ku san cewa ko da a cikin tashe-tashen hankula, gwamnati dole ne ta kiyaye haƙƙinka. Aikin gwamnati ce ta kare haƙƙin ɗan adam da kare ka daga jirkita yayin rikici idan har baka da hannu cikin tashin hankali. Gwamnati tana da babban aikinta na tabbatar da cewa ba wanda ya ɗauki rayuwarka. Samun sauƙi ga harkokin kiwon lafiya a koyaushe. Ana kula da ku a mutunce koyaushe kuma a kowane yanayi. An kare ku daga gudun hijira ko tilasta muku barin gidajenku ko muhalli. an kare ku daga harin sojoji da sauran mutane. Ba wanda ya matsa maka ko yin lalata da ke. 'Yancinku ne yanke shawarar kanku abin girmamawa ne kuma an kiyaye shi. Haƙƙin mallakar rayuwarka a kiyaye maka shi.
Idan kuna buƙatar ƙarin bayani ko kuna son bayar da rahotanni a yayin da aka kai hari ko aka ci muku zarafi,
za ku iya tuntuɓar kowane ɗaya daga ciki. Hukuman haƙƙin 'yan adam na duniya. Hukumar kare haƙƙin ɗan adam ta ƙasa NHRC. Ofishin ƙorafi na 'yan sandan Najeriya CRU. Hukumar kare haƙƙin ɗan adam na fannin dakarun sojin Najeriya.
ku nemi haƙƙinku.
Plenty area for Niger don dey exposed to strong kasala. Wetin spoil am be say e dey hard to help people because dem fit no even sabi wetin and who dem don lost and who dem suppose find. Most of them sef no sabi as dem go take detect warning signs wey go tell dem say kasala wan burst for area.
The signs fit be when hate and danger talk dey grow. If plenty people wey una no sabi come dey show face for una area anyhow. If thief come plenty for the area wey dem dey steal cow or even dey burn farm. If they find way to drive people comot from dem domot. Kata like wahala dey rise from soldier, police or area boys. Or when oga police dem just waka comot for una area.
Shey una understand everything wey we dey explain?
If e never too tey when una community don fight, abi you dey feel say kasala wey serious fit burst, na that time we fit talk say your community dey exposed to violent atrocities.
Yeah. Wetin be atrocities sef?
Atrocities dey hard to explain, but we fit talk say na very wicked and violent acts wey sometimes dey carry fight and wound join body. Kidnapping and anyhow killing join become atrocities. The good news be say una fit find help.
Wetin plenty people no sabi be say kasala no dey just show big like that. E dey carry plenty tension and bitterness waka before e fit happen. Na why e dey important to build confirm early warning sign for community make this kind kasala no just burst.
If you dey for area wey e be like say na every time kasala dey happen, no too fear. Wetin you go do na to sabi some kind things wey you fit do before the kasala, as the kasala dey hot, and even when matter don finish, to make sure say e no happen again or to help cool the temper.
Yes, so e get some small things wey you fit do when you wan collect evidence wey fit help you find justice for the wickedness wey dem don commit for una community. You fit dey wonder, na who suppose chook mouth for inside this early warning matter for your area? I go talk say no be only leaders for una area alone o, even other people dem for the area, even you sef suppose fit chook hand enter inside the early warning efforts. Everybody dem get their own part to play.
Wetin to do before any attack happen be this.
Una suppose keep record of how things take be before kasala burst, when e dey happen and after e happen. Na wetin we dey call documentation be that. Una go keep wetin concern una area people, things wey be like records of everybody wey dey community, like man o, woman o, and pikin dem. This kind record suppose get person name, im age, wetin e dey do, im number, and even picture sef if e dey available.
Una go keep records of things wey dey your community, things wey people get. This one go get number and the kind house, businesses, public property like school, hospital, market, and the rest.
Una suppose dey take pictures of the community so that una go sabi if something don change in case kasala wan burst.
All these things wey una don gather, una go carry the copy of everything outside una community. So if kasala burst, the evidence go still dey kampe. E go also good if you keep am for computer. Make sure say you no forget to add join Torah when new things show or happen. Prepare safety plan.
This one go help on our community avoid any attack wey fit happen or wetin fit happen if kasala don show.
Una plan suppose be like this one.
When wahala no dey, meet with security officials wey dey in charge of una community dem, like the DPO wey dey in charge of una community, or the head of civil defence, abi head of military command wey near you, to fit talk how una go dey communicate raw informate of wahala wey fit burst.
If you no trust the police wey dey for una area, try reach dem oga supervisor or agency like the National Human Rights Commission or Human Rights NGO wey near you to share the same informate. Make sure say you get telephone numbers of the people wey you go call, security agencies and NGOs, so that dem go fit help una when problem dey.
Make sure say una head of house or family get the emergency number for hand and make dem know who to call if dem hear any urukere of any attack wey wan come. E go better to tell family people make dem sabi how and when dem fit run or where dem go meet in case say dem scatter when kasala burst.
Make everybody get bag wey dem fit carry things wey dem need to survive. The bag no suppose heavy o. E suppose contain only wetin dey very important, like phone wey get credit, power bank, water for inside bottle, important medicine like paracetamol, dry food like garri and groundnut, wrapper or blanket, transistor radio. Wetin to do during attack?
When kasala don burst for una area, the first thing wey you suppose to do na to run hide yourself from where dem no fit catch you. If you fit carry some things wey you go need to survive as you dey run comot, e go better. When you don sure say you don hide well, start to dey call the emergency numbers dem wey you get to report wetin dey happen for your community.
After the attack,
once the kasala don finish, you go need check people wey e affect and properties too, and how the kasala take shele like this.
wetin the people wey cause the kasala be like? How you take see them? When and where this kasala happen? Where the attackers take enter from? And where them take comot? The kind gun or knife or weapon wey them use? The kind motor wey them use? Wetin you think say fit cause the kasala? How many people wey the kasala affect? Now who come help una stop the kasala? How many people the hospital wey dey your community treat? Which kind wound them treat? How many people buy? How many people dey hospital dey collect treatment? How many people carry wound wey turn to permanent disable? How many people lost as e dey happen?
Try collect plenty things wey you fit find, like bullet shell or weapon wey dem use. Make sure say you snap picture and you do video sef join. This one dey important. Make person no go lie or spoil wetin una go use show say una area bin get serious fight. Una go try keep the things wey una collect where nothing go happen to am. Una fit save am for computer or send am to email sef. Make una for no lose the proper informate. But if you send the informate like picture or video through WhatsApp, e no too good, because WhatsApp go comot the important informate like where and when you take do the picture or the video. If you don do all these things, you don do better to help police and lawyer people dem find who attack una community.
Finally,
you suppose know say even inside kasala, government suppose still protect una rights. E dey government hand to respect una human rights and protect una when militants and robbers dem attack una. All these things suppose happen if una hand no dey inside the matter sha.
Wetin government suppose do for una be say government suppose protect you so that nobody fit end una life anyhow. Una suppose get easy access to hospital all the time. Dem suppose treat una like people wey matter anytime and anywhere. Dem suppose protect una from anybody wey wan force una comot for una domot and una area. Dem suppose keep una safe from any attack. Nobody suppose harass una or rape una. Una suppose get right to talk wetin una want and make dem go follow am. Government suppose keep una right to make money wey go help una.
If una need more informate or una wan report any case where dem attack una or dem no respect una rights, you fit call any of these people dem.
Global Rights, National Human Rights Commission (NHRC), the Nigeria Police Force Complaint Response Unit (CRU), Nigeria Army Human Rights Desk.
Ask for your right today.
Now the Open Society Initiative for West Africa sponsored this message.
Nigeria, Africa's most populous country with a population of over 204 million people, enjoys a diverse emerging market and a growing economy worth more than $500 billion. From the highlands of the north to the tropics of the south, her beauty demands to be experienced, just like her resources demand exploitation. Despite being rich in culture and a vast amount of natural resources, Nigeria struggles with her biggest resource, its human resource. Corruption, insecurity, insurgency, terrorism, and a myriad of atrocities continually mitigate growth in every part of the country, and the people have nowhere to run.
Borno State is one of the most beautiful parts of this country, the entire northeast region. You think about the different cultures, the Kanuris, the Hausas, the Fulanis, all living peacefully together, all the ethnic groups. When you think about the activities that went on in the Chad, Lake Chad region, it was really the food basket in Nigeria.
These mass atrocities continually spread, threatening the entire country, with the numbers of lives lost at an alarming rate. Silence is no longer an option. Northeastern Nigeria, the center of operation of some of the nation's deadliest cult gangs and the epicenter of the longest insurgency and humanitarian crisis in the nation's history.
The Boko Haram insurgency started with a Muslim group advocating or speaking about, issues around marginalization and just neglect from the authorities in their communities, gathering communities and people.
The second session is about to begin. If you can please take our seats. Thank you. Now, distinguished guests, please take our seats. Thank you very much. Well done. Your Royal Highness, traditional rulers here present, representatives of ministers here present, our development partners, community representatives, our implementing partners, representatives of ministries, departments, and agencies here present, representative of law enforcement agencies here present, esteemed guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second part of the Northwest Regional Conference on Women, Peace and Security 2.0, where we have been discussing sustaining inclusive peace-building processes in Northwest Nigeria. If I may please have your attention, we're about to start. Thank you. Once again, my name is Cheryl Apenosumi Aleguno. You can call me Sumi. I'm here at the behest of Global Rights, along with their development partners, the Kuka Center, Issa Wali Empowerment Initiative, as well as Community Dialogue Committee initiatives, all at the behest of Global Rights. We are moving on very quickly in the second session, and in a few minutes, I'll be introducing someone to come and take us on the documentary, or sort of introduce the documentary to us. I am not alone on the stage. I would also like us to please appreciate the interpreters who have been doing a wonderful job ensuring that everybody is hearing the Turanchi that I am speaking. Thank you very much. Right next to me, I have Blessing Ini. Please give a round of applause to Blessing. We've also had on stage Dikbo Beyoku Anase. Please give him a round of applause. As well as Patience Etim. Please, can we give them a round of applause? All right. The documentary we have all been waiting for is about to be unveiled. If you can please make welcome Noya Sadie to come and take us on that. Please give her a round of applause as she comes up.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so we have spent the last day and a half talking about this project and the impact, the milestones, and we've heard a lot of success stories. In the session preceding the tea break, we heard from some of the community members and some of the teams and committees that we have been working with, and it's time for us to see what that impact has translated to in real time. More than anything, for us at Global Rights, what this project has always been about is, it has always been about the community members and the communities that we've been working with and working in. And it's important for us that when stories like this are told, they are not told only from the voices of the Global Rights team or partners, but they're also told from the voices of the community members and the beneficiaries of our project. So that's what this documentary is here to highlight. This documentary is here to tell the story of the project, the situation that preceded it, the intervention that was made, and what the situation looks like now. As some of you may know, this is the second phase of the project. This time last year, we screened the documentary from the first phase, which focused primarily on Sokoto and Kaduna states. This second phase aims to build on what we already had in Kaduna states, expand our work in Sokoto, and also expand to other states, specifically Katsina and Kano. So that is what this documentary is here to highlight, what the impact has translated to in the states that we have been working in since 2023, and the states that were recently engaged in 2024. So that is what the story that we're about to tell is about. And I hope that through this documentary, you see and you feel the transformation that is being talked about here. It is just here to summarize the work that we have done and present it to you in a way that resonates better. Thank you. I think I can play it now.
Northwest Nigeria, a land of enduring traditions, bound by history and resilience. Yet, beneath its rich heritage lies a painful reality: division and mistrust, fracturing families and displacing communities. Violence replaced dialogue, and the weight of inequality silenced too many voices. Lack of communication platforms, the exclusion of key stakeholders, and the absence of accessible early warning systems left vulnerable communities exposed. As a result, banditry, kidnappings, farmer-herder clashes, and intercommunal violence continued to escalate. Global Rights, with support from the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, UK, launched an intervention to address these issues in Northwest Nigeria. Through strategic relationships with influential stakeholders, the organization implemented community-driven initiatives through community dialogue committees, CDCs, early warning response coordination systems, and the gender action learning systems, girls programs in Sokoto, Katsina, Kano, and Kaduna states. Traditional rulers, religious leaders, law enforcement agencies, women and youth came together to find common ground, discuss issues, and create solutions that reflect their aspirations.
At Global Rights, we have a not for us without us policy, which puts our partners at the driver's seat of any project. And it wasn't any different for this project. Going into the communities, designing the projects with them, designing the activities with them, letting them be at the driver's seat of choosing what direction the CDCs go, the interactions, and having them lead all of that was very essential for us.
On some of the strategies that we've engaged in the project, I would say have yielded the success we've seen so far. I think one key strategy is actually working with the community to identify the issues themselves, and then working with them to create solutions to these issues. And it's those solutions created that now inform our implementation strategies and our approach and models that we're using for the project. And I think that has greatly contributed to largely contributed to the success that we've seen on the project.
We have been seeing a lot of training, a lot of partner donor support, but we have never seen that one impactful like Global Right. So you bring in people themselves, engage them to come up with their issues, and also you engage them to come up with a solution to their problem. This is very, very community-friendly approach. We need it. We want it to sustain so that we touch more lives of amatured girls and the matured women that have been denied right to talk, right to speak, right to claim a right to participate into community, right to participate into domestic decision-making.
Conflict settings create an even more fertile ground for crimes of sexual and gender-based violence. The protracted crisis in northern Nigeria, the breakdown of formal and informal protection mechanisms, lack of security, displacement and migration, proliferation of insurgency groups, and poverty have undermined trust and cohesion in communities and exposed the most vulnerable, women, children, people with disabilities and youths to exploitation and abuse.
What we realized in our early visits to the communities was that there were no structures for women engagements in that sense. In that even though women were the ones who were disproportionately affected by conflict and violence in the region and in the community, there were no specific platforms for that sort of dialogue where women could engage. And even where there was a semblance of those platforms, there were hardly any women participating or contributing directly in those discussions.
Women have no voice. They don't even listen to them.
One of those things I've observed in Sokoto is this widespread lack of capacity, lack of skills to handle issues, to understand those issues, and to see how within their own context and with the limited resources that they have, they can actually handle.
Before the training, it's like men usually doesn't help their house and household chores. Even apart from that, even in decision making, or men usually used to get angry at their wives without even knowing the reason. That maybe if something happens, they don't bother to ask what happened. They will start shouting at the wife. which usually used to bring misperception in the household.
So before the global right intervention, there were a lot of gaps in the community whereby you find out that GBV cases are happening and there's nobody to like help, there's nobody to respond, and a lot of us, we are actually ignorant of what to do, actually.
Sokoto, located in a most conservative state with religious sensitivities. Male is a major decision maker in family and in community. Women have been denied every right to participate in the decision making, domestic decision making, as well as community decision making.
Well, this gender-based violence is abuse of women's rights. You see, the issues that I'm facing here, people maltreating, abusing women, abusing their children. You see, you find somebody who just beat his wife, pack her property and throw away, or even injured her.
The center was open since 2019 and we have recorded 4,422 or 26 cases, male and female. And mostly women affected, 3,801 cases of women and young girls.
The toll was beyond measure. Women and girls suffered in silence, lives cut short, families torn apart, futures left in ruins. The absence of trust ran deeper than marriages and communities. It carved a divide between the people and those who want to protect them.
We have so many challenges. When we started intervening on GBV cases, the most challenges are domestic violence, especially between husband and wife, and rape cases.
When the project started, one of the critical challenges we face is one, illiteracy. A lot of the members of the community are not well aware of one, the function of some security agencies and institutional agencies that are available that they can seek redress whenever they are faced with some of this violence. Two, we have challenges such as poverty. A lot of the survivors are actually propelled by the level of poverty because they are too poor to seek for legal redress to some of the threats they face.
In the darkest moments, hope often finds its strongest voice. Here is a story of how technology, dialogue, and women's empowerment are helping to build bridges of peace in northwest Nigeria.
Just carry the case just like that. We don't actually.
Whispers became conversations. Conversations became a movement. They call this movement the Community Dialogue Committee, the CDC, a simple name for an ambitious dream, a platform where voices once silenced could now be heard.
First of all, there are entry points. If, for example, your target audience are the women and the young girls, you cannot just straight go to them, not just to the elders, but the critical stakeholders, the religious leaders, the traditional rulers. So these were the people we have to, speak to. We call them the gatekeepers, and they were able to give us access to the communities. And I think that was really very important. The second aspect of this navigation is that we didn't come as if we know it all. We had to rely on them because they speak the language, they understand the culture, they understand the complexities, the political and domestic experiences that they have within those types of environment.
We're very particular about ensuring that there was ownership of whatever it is that we're doing. So, for example, the community dialogue committees were for the community members, by the community members. The leadership of the CDCs were by the community members. We selected from people who were of repute at the community level and ensured that they were the ones who made up the composition of the CDCs. The rules, the guidelines, the terms were all jointly made by those people at the community level.
The community dialogue committee, they're very active. In fact, when the team went to meet with NAPTIP recently, they were telling them that this committee is so active that they're really collaborating with them. They've been getting cases from them. So they're partnering a lot with them.
Through effective implementation of the girls' training, women, youth, and minority groups took their seat at the table, challenging traditional norms and reshaping the narrative of peace building.
The women now have voice. Their voice is being recognized, even at our palaces. Before, we don't have women representative in the palace. Now we have a representative of the women, that every woman, when they want to talk to us, they will liaise with her, they will talk to us, we will invite her in the palace, we will hear from her, we will also engage the husband to talk to him to resolve the dispute.
Global Rights, through the activities of CDC in Sokoto, was able to assist us to launch a program. We conducted series of trainings that involved school principals, guidance and counseling officers, and all other stakeholders in the schools, particularly the female schools in the state, on how best to actually sense the warning signals of gender-based violence, report the gender-based violence, and even prevent the occurrence of gender-based violence in schools.
More recently, in a conversation with the district head in Katsina State that we're working in currently, he mentioned how appointed a gender desk officer in his council. He's the second district head in the entire Katsina State to do that. So that's not something that happened. We don't see women come out and say, council of national rulers. But now he has put a woman there, not just cooking his name, but also to sit there on women issues and to face directly with women.
Technology became a lifeline. Early warning systems connected communities to security agencies, preventing violence before it could erupt. The impact of global rights intervention is clear. 93.2% believe that women's inclusion in peace-building efforts and community decision-making processes has increased. 82.7% believe that there is undeniable acceptance of women's leadership participation in governance.
that I don't even share with her. I don't even need her assistance or her advice. But after the girls' training, I normally share some things with her.
I want to appreciate Global Rights for this intervention, most especially in our communities. A lot of women and children have been abused, but without there is peace in our community.
We had a very wonderful time to celebrate Christmas, and both faiths came together. CDC Gagi, we met together, and we ate together, we spoke together. We had a very wonderful time to commemorate that very festive moment, which ordinarily wouldn't have been possible. It would have been seen as strange. It is only for Christians, that seclusion would have been there. But with what interfaith dialogue has garnered over the years, and especially with the CDC, it has really helped to bring us together, and we feasted together. We were on common front, and that really helped to foster our relationship.
So now, I believe we sustain this good momentum. Now community is safe, the women are safe, the women has voice, their voices are recognized. Just last week, I was asked to invite 100 women at the community. So could you imagine 500 women participate? Before, it's very difficult for me to assemble 50 women a day. But I can look at this time around, I can assemble more than 500 women to engage them in some of the issue decision we want to take that touches them. Issue like health thinking behavior, issue like girl child education, empowering girls and adolescent girls to school, issue like elimination, street hawking among our girls to combat their hours of hawking into school hours. So it's very now very okay. So the community is safe, women are safe now.
But just watching the transformation afterwards, seeing halfway how people learn to be willing to work together, seeing that they've also grown to be more equitable, that gender came to the fore, and that they were able to have meaningful conversations about gender, to see also how the transformation has brought women to the fore in this project, how women sit equally at the CDC and at conferences with the men, how the girls transformed households and how they are so eager to spread the lessons from the girls, how it's also transformed marriages at the individual level, at the meso level, at the micro level, how it's just transforming the state, and seeing the transformation going on. It's been really, really gratifying.
This is the story of Northwest Nigeria, a story of resilience, collaboration, and hope. It is a reminder that even in the face of adversity, bridges of peace can be built, not with steel and concrete, but with technology, dialogue, and unyielding courage. This is not the end of the story, it's just the beginning.
Every society on gender-based means a society that has a voice, a society where people could see something and say something, possibly do something.
A conflict-free Kano for me would be a place where there's peace, where women are free, women and girls are free to gain the skills, the access opportunities, and to be able to make their own choices without fear.
We should be able to relate and really be a support to one another. That's what I look forward to, a society where I can sleep comfortably, my neighbor is there, I can also stand in for my neighbor if he's not there, and we can be able to stand in for each other.
A home of peace and a home to live in, and a home that I will never migrate to another place because I enjoy the environment whereby I'm living at, and it means that everybody will now, there will be hope. It brings back hope to me.
A peaceful, conflict-free society is a society in which trust has been built, that there's a tangible asset of trust as part of their social capital. It's a society in which everyone feels safe in spite of their identity, whether that identity is gender or religion, whether it is ethnicity, that everyone feels safe, everyone feels seen, and everyone feels heard and accepted.
Please let's give another round of applause to Global Rights and for all the work that they have been doing through the community dialogue committees. There's a little bit more information that we'd like to share with you at this point. If you can welcome I call him Uncle. Edosa Obiawe, the program manager of Global Rights, as he comes up to give us some more information based on what we just watched. Please, round of applause.
Thank you, Auntie Sumi. That is how we address ourselves. I'm Uncle Edosa, she's Auntie Sumi. And so just bear with us when you hear us say things like that. All right, so first, I want to appreciate everyone that took time to speak honestly to the team that came for the evaluation and then the documentary. What you've just watched has no, what's the word now, influence from Global Rights. As a matter of fact, that is why we deliberately didn't even go with the team. We got an independent person, organization to do the documentary, and we didn't even go with them to the field. Because we didn't want the people they were interviewing to get influenced by our presence at all, because we wanted them to speak honestly. And we so much appreciate all of you for the time you gave to speak and to share some of the impacts of the project. It gladdens our hearts to know that our efforts are not wasted. It gladdens our hearts to see how this community-driven initiative is actually something that started like a whisper is actually becoming a movement, as was said in the documentary. And okay, no, let me not say that one. Although this is something, but let me not say it. But the fact is that if, of course, at some point, we will have to move on in life. And so if at any point today, a lawyer come up, or myself come up, or even my ED comes to say, oh, I think my task with Global Rights is done, we can always look at some of these things and say, yes, our journey has been quite productive. Having said that, we're launching some documents. We were supposed to launch some documents yesterday. The impact assessment report, and of course the project impact report, and then the gas impact report. Actually, you can put up those documents. And so because we couldn't officially commission the launching yesterday, and still because the printer couldn't deliver as we expected. But this document will eventually be sent across to us in due time. And of course, when it's up as well, we will share the link for those that want the soft copy to download. Now, this documentary haven't been officially launched today. From tomorrow, right? Am I right? It will be up from tomorrow, right? So from tomorrow, you can access the Global Rights YouTube page, Twitter page, Facebook page, and all the handles, and you're able to download the documentary that we've seen today. Okay? And then I know some persons will still want the old school type of, let me just have it on the flash. I don't think that is possible to have today, but anyhow, we can always work that out along the line. Okay? So thank you. We'll just continue the conversation. Please let's welcome Auntie Sumi to take it up from here.
Thank you so much. As the program's manager, Global Rights, Edosa Obiawe. Our next speaker is a Nigerian development geographer and expert in pastoralism, particularly focusing on pastoral groups in northern Nigeria. He has served as a technical advisor to the Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, where he provided insights into livestock development and policies. As the immediate EVC of Kaduna State Peace Commission, Dr. Momale played a pivotal role in conflict resolution and promoting harmonious coexistence among diverse communities. His multifaceted career reflects his commitment to sustainable livestock development, pastoral welfare, and peace building in Nigeria. If you please join me to make welcome Dr. Saleh Momale from the Federal Ministry of Livestock Development as he comes up to talk to us about enhancing sustainable community safeguards, leveraging technology and innovation for conflict prevention and early warning systems. Dr. Saleh Momale, please. Please, let's put our hands together as he comes up. Thank you, Dr. Saleh. Okay, while he's setting up, some of my peers tell me that I'm quite young. They don't consider me as old despite my age, which I'm too shy to share. But I know that I can't really see behind me right now. So I wish this pair of glasses were actually, they will not work for me, but I wish I could actually use them so I could see behind me directly. Apparently, somebody is in the same condition as I am right now because this pair of glasses was found on the floor. Please, if you're like me right now and you really can't see perhaps a little too far or too close to you, this pair of glasses belongs to you. You can meet me over there before go and see about getting a prescription on it so that I can see. All right then. If you're looking for a pair of glasses, I'm with them. You can come. You will have to prove that they're yours. So, all right then, thank you. Dr. Saleh Momale is coming up. Please, another round of applause. Let's encourage him as he comes up. Thank you.
The organizers of this engagement, our distinguished royal fathers, participants from various stakeholder institutions. Is it still morning or afternoon? Good afternoon. It's already afternoon. First of all, I wish to appreciate Global Rights and the partners and other funding organizations that have put through these engagements and interaction, which always provides platforms to dialogue and to encourage each other, and then to reassure ourselves that yes, we can do it, notwithstanding the existing challenges. There is always a beauty when you are among the last speakers because all the others will say every other thing, and you have just the chance to say you have endorsed all that have been said, and then you say so little. So that's basically what I will do here. I will not bother you much with what all the other speakers have already said, which captures most of the critical issues. I've been asked to speak on how we can sustain community safeguards, leveraging on what we have in the current generation. Because the strongest arm of the present generation is technology, science, that has now driven a lot of technological developments. A few years ago, because if we are talking about 100 years in the history of the world, it's very few. So a few years ago, 100 years ago, many of the things we take for granted today were not in existence. And most of these developments are driven by technology. If we look at the area we are concerned with, Northwest Nigeria, is certainly one of the most important parts of Nigeria. Huge Okay. Presently having over 60 million people out of Nigeria's estimated 200 million, one of the largest land sizes, and facing some of the most critical challenges, notwithstanding the opportunities in agriculture, in industry, in commerce, as well as in mining. These are very important opportunities that are existing within the northwest of Nigeria and which could be able to drive robust national and socio-economic development. Looking at the current challenges, banditry in the form of kidnapping of people for ransom, rustling of cattle, and a raiding of rural communities is among the critical challenges. We also do have periodic ethno-religious conflicts, the disputes between farming and herding communities, and other associated resource-based conflicts. Happily, we are currently having not political violence, but political contestations. Since the 2011 post-election violence, we are happy that there have not been any major political disturbance, except, of course, some small disagreements or small skirmishes during political campaigns. So, looking at this, in this forum today, we are talking more about women participation and how we want to see inclusivity in the things that we do. Prior speakers and the discussions that have gone over here since yesterday have examined in more details some of the limitations that face or limit women's participation. Our cultural and social barriers, the security and conflict-related challenges, the political and institutional exclusion, all of these things have been adequately addressed by previous speakers. The economic and educational barriers, we all know the challenges of girl child education throughout the northwest of Nigeria. Our women organizations, which are very few in number, but yet they are not having sufficient support from the various stakeholders. Now, we are saying, and I'm agreeing with earlier speakers, we are talking about driving development. We're talking about building peaceful communities. When we are discussing ways of enhancing social and family livelihoods and social well-being, women are very central. They are the custodians of many things: our cultural heritage, our upbringing, nutrition, education, healthcare, sanitation, and many other important aspects of our day-to-day life are driven by women. And therefore, behind will invariably negatively impact what we do. So they bring in unique perspectives and solutions in what we do. They help us to build agreements that are more durable and sustainable. We have stronger social cohesion and inclusivity if we ensure effective women participation. There are very clear frameworks in the legal and other ethical imperatives that support and promote women participation. And we all know that any innovation that is accepted by women will become successful. So they are agents of change. There are so many economic and development benefits that we can have when we have increased level of women participation in what we do. I think my prior speakers have also addressed adequately some of the potentials that we have in terms of enhancing the influence of women in peace building, which is the major focus of our discussion here today. I agree, as others have thoroughly explained, that capitalizing on existing policy and legal frameworks, I think our mother in this field have dealt Okay. And how we came about Resolution 1325, Women, Peace and Security. That is an international policy framework that Nigeria and other nations can capitalize on to strengthen women participation. We can strengthen women's participation in leadership and representation in various aspects of our social, political, and economic life. And I think our traditional rulers present here have taken the lead in strengthening women leadership within our communities. And I think one of the speakers also have highlighted the importance of women leadership in the political landscape. So we need to work very strongly. So we need to work strongly within our political system to see how do we strengthen women participation in political leadership. In appointments, yes, of course, but in terms of elective positions, I think we still have huge gaps in the Northwest and the country as a whole. We can build skills and capacities. All of these things we are doing here today cannot be possible without the requisite capacity, skills provided. We have to have ways of training our women folks and our young populations in the most remotest of villages and in the biggest slums of our urban centers to make sure that we have skilled them. We have skilled them in livelihood. We have skilled them in everyday living. We have skilled them in livelihoods and economic opportunities. We can also look at women-focused community engagements and grassroots initiative. We really need to strengthen this very well and provide more support, encouragement for women engagements and initiatives. There are needs for additional economic and social empowerment and supporting targeted protection and security measures. It is very important for our security establishments to put up specialized services that will target protection of women within our communities. And this also implies the need for our security establishments to recruit, engage, and train additional women into the Nigerian security agencies. I think the proportion of women, considering the larger population of women in the country, which is almost close to 51%, but the composition of our security establishments is really, really biased towards men. So we really need to see increased women in the security establishments so that there is special protection services and protection measures for women. We all know, despite the progress that have been achieved in the recent years, there are still resistance there is still low level of participation, and there is inadequate institutional support mechanisms. So we have to broaden advocacy and awareness creation to make sure that we are making the requisite impact at various levels, as well as increasing the level of international and regional collaborations. Nigeria is a country of interest within the Africa and at the international community. And I think the more we cooperate across our countries, the more we make wider regional and global impact. Now, I will wish to speak a little about what we think technology could do to support security and peace-building initiatives at various levels. Now, people will think that technology may not be so important for me in our village or in our community. But we are of the belief that technology is much valuable to everybody. And everybody have the capacity to capitalize on technology to enhance security. And so we'll just speak a little bit about that in a little bit more details, because most of the speakers have not directly addressed that. I start by saying that the basis of social existence, the basis of understanding the dynamics and anything around you is data, is information, right? If we don't have data, if we don't have information, if we are not managing data and information, then we are deficient. When societies were so small and not too complex, it is easy uphead to know the name of everybody in your village, everybody in your neighborhood, everybody that is proximate to you. It was easy to know the total number of houses uphead. It was easy to know the animal holdings of everybody around you. It was easy to delineate uphead the boundaries of the farms of everybody. I know most of our ward heads and village heads could go to the field and up in their brains tell you the boundary of the farmlands of everybody within their domain. That was what existed. Populations were not complex. We could tell the occupation of everybody, and a ward head, Mayangwako, could be able to tell you the total number of births that took place in his own community in the last month. Then populations were smaller. Today, populations have grown tremendously. Livelihoods have become more complex. Not only farming, not only trading, there are many other businesses. So it is a bit more complex. How do we manage these populations? We can manage populations without data. And today, and we are lacking significantly in information and data. And if we don't have information and data, we cannot manage our citizens. We cannot manage our populations. And that is one of the critical areas where we must deploy technology now. Every community, every village head, starting from the Mayangwa to the village head, every Mayangwa needs a computer that will contain all the database of his own community. Vital registrations, national identity numbers of all the people within his community. You need to know that. So we are asking some of these national agencies that have some of these. They are not just to be kept in the database of the National Population Commission. We should deploy this information and spread it and give every other stakeholder that ought to have this information. From our villages, from our local officials, to our local government administrations, we need to have access to some of these databases, and we need to contribute in the generation of some of these vital statistics. Unless we have these vital statistics, which technology has made it very easy for us to have, right? Yeah, very, very easy to have. But the fact that we have not adequately deployed this technology, we think it is difficult. It is not. Every village head can register all the citizens in his domain. He can have a record of all the houses and number these houses. And that's all. And then he will know who is there, number of children, and we have every statistics right from every ward. Once we do that, we have solved the problems of national statistics. And with these statistics, we can be able to monitor our citizens. We will know the job of everybody, and we will know when a bandit has left his home and he has gone to the forest. Yeah. And we will know the origin of that bandits and everything they do. So also in our urban areas, so also in every other nook and cranny of the country. The second thing that we need to seriously deploy technology in managing our security, in managing our peace building, and in strengthening our community cohesion is to capitalize on satellite remote sensing data and information systems, utilize imaging and geolocation systems to begin to locate every point within our country. I know some of our security personnel that are here knows the importance of this. There is no place on earth today that is not known. So there should be no any space in Nigeria that we should call ungoverned, because we can have real-time information about every point on the earth's surface. Real-time information. What I mean by real-time information is now. You can have an information about every point in Nigeria now, seated in your room. All right? So if we deploy these systems, we'll be able to achieve this. We'll be able to map and provide detailed maps. If you ask the commander, the DPO, or any official, or the village head, to go to a spot X, you should be able to give him the digital map of that location. Where are the rivers? Where are the hills? Where are the forests? Where are the valleys? Where are the settlements? Before he deploy. We really need this accurate geolocational informations and some of these real-time satellite-based information systems to be able to do that. Of course, I know the deployment of some of these technologies is controlled because we don't want it to get to the hands of non-state actors that could use it to the detriment of the civil populations. However, we must develop these systems, deploy it for civil use where it is applicable, and deploy it for security use where it is necessary. We must enhance our GPS mapping systems. We must develop our observation equipment. We must provide our security agencies with all of this, and we must provide digital maps. I would expect to see, if I go to the office of the ward head, or the village head, or the local government administrator, or the agri-extension worker, or the forest officer, to see digital maps, real-time updated maps, not maps of 1970 or maps of 1980. I want to see the map of last month, the map of the last 2 weeks in his office, either in a hard copy or in a soft copy. He should be able to tell me that this is what has happened 2 days ago or 3 days ago. And he should be able to spot that on the digital maps and other digital systems. They are no longer expensive as they used to be. They are very cheap. All we need to do is to provide the capacity and provide the training. There are communication data and other tracking systems. The technology has made it very, very easy. If anybody wants to see where I am in the world now, he will just pick me up. He knows I'm exactly at Abuja Continental, and he will be able to, within a radius of 5 meters, say this is the exact point in which I am now, all over. So nobody else is able to communicate using any of the communication systems without people knowing where he is. In the past, people used to use the small phones, right? They'll say non-Android phones. You cannot detect that. It's no longer the case. I can detect you anywhere you are once you have any communication device. All right? Once you have any communication device. And it is very difficult for you now to meet any adult Nigerian without any means of communication device. Many people have communication devices. So we must build this capacity. I don't understand, up to now, maybe why we will have an IRT in the force headquarters. I can't understand that. We need an RIT office in every police divisional office in the country. Every DPO must have all the equipments and devices, because there is no centralized national IRT that will be able to deal with the challenges of this country. We must empower our security establishments. Every office of the divisional police officer should have sufficient tracking devices, sufficient geo-communication facilities, and sufficient database and ability to access those database and information from our telecommunication providers for the purpose of security, for the purpose of surveillance. So we have to deploy our GSM telecommunication call logs to monitor what is happening, to track all of these incidences, to track communications between criminal gangs, and to be able to say that Gang A have spoken to Gang B that they are going to point X, and before they get to point X, there is already an emergency response that is waiting for them. And all their communication throughout is being monitored and controlled. Whether they are using GSM communication, they are using WhatsApp, they are using all means of communication, the capacity to track, the capacity to capitalize on these information systems, to do that are there. We have to build our CCTV system, upgrade it, make it functional, and deploy it for the purpose of security surveillance and security provisioning. All of these things are possible. All of these things, we can build it and make sure that every vehicle that is brought on into this country has a tracking device system, and that our security agencies have the registration number of every vehicle, in such a way that any vehicle used for crime at point A, you will know whatever he did, there is the tracking devices that will track the vehicle to wherever it goes, and then there will be no escape route. So it is much, much possible to achieve this using some of these communication systems. We have been speaking about the conflict early warning and conflict early response systems. We must build coordinated information gathering platforms and mechanisms, and this need not only be in the offices of the Kaduna State Peace Commission, or only in the offices of the Institute for Peace and Conflict Resolution, or in the offices of the Commissioners of Internal Security. We can have SEWA systems in every community, in every public sector institutions. They should be able to develop some of these mechanisms and then coordinate it with other emergency information and response systems. The problem is when we work in silos. But if we have coordinated systems that work across, and there is massive intelligence and information gathering, and then centralized information collection and authentication mechanisms that are well coordinated, and we have coordinated statewide and community-wide response mechanisms in such a way that whatever happens in point A, there is an easy flow of information for response, and there is existing capacities for response, we'll be able to address many of these challenges that we are speaking about. And we have to bring in the larger citizens. People need to be aware. Many instances have been provided in the course of our discussion since yesterday. When there is broad level citizens participation, citizens buy-in, we'll be able to substantially address some of the challenges that we are speaking about. To achieve all of this, we need very strong public sector policies and funding. I think yesterday one of the speakers mentioned about the lapses in public sector funding for peace building, the lapses of public sector funding in terms of providing and capacitating security institutions and public sector institutions. This must be a priority, and we have to engage the states. We have to engage our political leadership. Good governance is not only about roads. Good governance is not only about building schools, but the biggest good of governance is the peace and security of its citizens. So these need to be given topmost priority. Unless we are able to mobilize and engage our citizens, we may not be able to achieve that. Sustain civil society support, I don't need to reiterate that. And then, like we earlier advocated, very strong deployment of technologies to enhance our security surveillance and response mechanisms and broad level inclusion. Nobody should be left alone. I think Lydia has already reiterated the importance of nobody should be left behind. We should not underrate anybody. One of the greatest sources of information gathering and intelligence is Rumpam Mai Shai, right? Or Kaskom my Balangu, right? That's where, or the market women, where they sit down and they're discussing. Those are very important sources of information. Accountability is very important. We have to supervise, we have to monitor. People speak about excesses of costs. Security agencies, if superior officers leave their junior officers, they will go into excess. If superior security officers are left without political supervision and monitoring, they may likely go into excess. If village heads, what heads are not supervised by our district heads, they may likely go into excess. And so if I am not regulated, coordinated, and monitored, I will spend the whole day talking to you here. So somebody has to tell me that it is getting to time. So everybody needs some form of regulation, needs some form of monitoring, needs some form of cautioning, needs some form of reminding him, because that's the nature of humans. If you leave them on their own, they are doing very good, very good, very good, very good, very good. They will overdo it at one point in time. But if there is somebody, a watchdog, then it helps a lot. So we must monitor, we must coordinate, and we have to ensure accountability. We have to support evaluation, and evaluation is best supported by periodic research. I think I agree with all the previous speakers that inclusion is not optional, it is essential. It ensures sustainability, it ensures justice, and it gives us peace and enduring legacies of peaceful coexistence, social cohesion, and progressive development. Thank you very much.
Please, let's give Dr. Sali another round of applause as he takes his seat. There was a lot of information there around technology and the types that can be deployed to assist in conflict resolution and peace building. I'm sure that some of us will have questions. I just want to assure you that you will have the opportunity to ask Dr. Salim Omale those questions right after we take the next speaker. Okay? So I would like to bring up on stage the Executive Director of the Issa Wali Empowerment Initiative, a non-governmental organization dedicated to promoting gender equity and empowering women, children, youth, and other vulnerable groups in the region. She has been actively involved in various initiatives aimed at improving the quality of life for women and girls. She's also overseen programs that address issues such as gender-based violence, access to justice, and economic empowerment. She served as a chairperson for the MATA 6th Annual Conference, highlighting her commitment to fostering dialogue and collaboration among stakeholders, working towards gender equality. Through her dedication and leadership, she continues to make significant contributions to the advancement of women's rights and empowerment in Nigeria. Please let us make welcome Hajia Amina Hanga to take us on contextualizing peace building and women inclusion in the Northwest, emphasis on protection, prevention, and participation. Another round of applause, please, as she comes up.
Good afternoon, everyone. Listening to the last speaker, there was something he said. He said information is power, and truly it is. And when I think about information being power, I also think about for whom, and who do we involve in getting this information? Women and men. So in the context of my paper, which is about contextualizing community platforms for effectively policing Northwest Nigeria amidst metastasizing insecurity, I would say it's really key. We all know that what is happening in the Northwest, the insecurity is, we've been listening since yesterday, and it's been repeated through everybody's papers and everybody's conversations, that the insecurity being caused in the Northwest, that includes banditry for ransom, kidnapping for ransom, banditry, farmer-herder conflicts, organized crime, and a growing sense of lawlessness in some areas, that a lot of this is also being contributed to by poverty. And we know that not only poverty, but even lack of education. And that's why, to me, when I heard that information is power, I thought yes. Because if you're not educated, you don't really have access to information, you don't have access to the technology that he was speaking about today, the digital technology. And so therefore, a lot of things will escape one. This insecurity also includes porous borders. We're seeing what's happening with our neighboring states, Niger, other countries. And is that influx with the borders that we have that are porous, that we're having influx of people that are coming in, also contributing and exacerbating the situation. They're bringing in arms, and they're also creating the problems. There's also distrust between communities and the security forces. There's this lack of trust because they feel, we say, okay, report. If you can see something happening, report to the security agencies. And yet people believe that sometimes it's the same security agencies that notify these either bandits or if they're called terrorists, that this is where this information came from, and then one gets targeted. So it is a challenge, and it's creating a lot of, the impact is negative to us as a whole, because we're seeing thousands of people becoming displaced. Now these thousands, a lot are women and children, and it really affects them because then they experience other forms of insecurity, which is gender-based violence, rape, the poverty that is increased, the dependence on having to wait for others to give them sustenance, which does not always come very frequently. And so there's so many
things that are happening. We're seeing higher rates of malnutrition among children, and this, of course, is going to affect them later in life. The lack of education, again, is being perpetuated. The poverty is increasing. We see it, we know it, we feel it ourselves. When we are going to the market and we are seeing how we're having to spend so much money on food stuff. Today it is, let's say, 5 naira, tomorrow it is 10 naira. The next day is 15 naira. So it just keeps increasing. And part of the reason is because people are not able to farm. They're afraid to go to their farms because they're at risk of being kidnapped in some of these areas. And for women, it's even worse. And like I said earlier on, gender-based violence affects the women and the girls more than it affects the men in so many ways. And it creates mental health issues apart from the trauma that they're going through. So insecurity is not just a law enforcement problem, it is a societal problem, and it requires a multi-stakeholder approach if we're to see any changes. And watching the video this earlier on, when we could see what is happening, we know then that there is hope if we can adopt similar across all communities. The sustainability aspect of it also is that we need to start looking inwards to see how we can do without having to wait for funding to come. You know, like setting up the CDCs is not something that really needs, I think, funding. If we're in a community and we set up a group, it's just about us meeting and then we're working out on our issues for ourselves. So the role of community platforms in security is crucial because it plays a role in safeguarding lives and property. We have traditional institutions that have been with us, I'd like to say, time immemorial. The traditional leaders are religious leaders and other elders, and they mediate conflicts and enforce social order. So that's one form of community platform. Then we have community policing groups, such as the vigilante groups, the neighborhood watch, and other local security outfits that supplement formal security agencies. Then we have the civil society organizations, so like Global Rights, that has implemented this project in the 4 states in partnership with other CSOs. And so they also contribute to being on part of the community platforms as as human rights defenders. Then within the community itself, we have community-based justice systems. So we have mediation councils. We have what we call in Hausa Zaur and Sulhu, and they can form part of these community platforms. There are also what we call community paralegals. So even in the work that we do at IWE, we train community people to be paralegals so they can provide first aid legal response. These paralegals also serve as the eyes of the community, so they see when something is going wrong and they can report to the appropriate channels. So they are also very crucial in terms of bridging the gap between communities and access to justice and security. So these are all forms of community platforms in security. And they matter because they are the first to see when something is going wrong. So they're early warning systems themselves. Conflict resolution through the traditional institutions, they provide that, and they've been doing it for a long time. One of the gaps that we observed, which was brought up, and which Sarkin Yaiki Gagi mentioned, is that they now have women on the council. And yes, that is very important because if we have, if we don't have women on these in these traditional institutions, there are issues that women want to talk about, but they're not going to want to tell another man, especially when we look at the patriarchal nature of our society. So sometimes things go unsaid just because they don't want to go and meet a man. But when they know there's a woman that they can go and talk to, then they're able to reach out. There's also, we need to trust building. That is, local actors can bridge the gap between communities and security agencies. And so like the CDC, we heard earlier, or was it yesterday, and I think again today, where CDCs are now collaborating with security agencies. Now that is fantastic because, one, it will help to increase the trust that is missing or is lacking, and it also builds the confidence of the community to know that we can actually reach, because sometimes people look at, let's say, the police. I remember the first time when we trained one of our paralegals, a female, and when she had to go to meet the police, because that's one of the ways that we also link them, she said her body was shaking out of fear. She had never been to a police station, and the perception they have of police, even though I know police always say they're friends, but people of the people, but people don't always consider them to be friends. And she said she was so afraid. But now this same person that at the first time was so frightened, now always goes to the police station. They themselves call her when there's cases and say, come, akwai case, come and handle this. So we can see that this is really one of the very important things when we can have communities together with agencies, and they're working, security agencies, and they're working together. Also, the communities have deeper knowledge of their local terrain. After all, they live there. So they know where everything is. Even if it's the forest or if it is the hilly area, they know the best routes to get there. They know what is out there. The news that comes from outside to go to those communities. So really having community platforms that are strengthened to be able to form part of addressing these insecurities is key. And they must be integrated into the formal security frameworks. Some of the challenges and the opportunities for effective collaboration are that there's also sometimes weak coordination between these communities and security agencies. I already said that. There's limited resources and training. So capacity building is very important. So again, Global Rights has been doing that, building the capacity of the CDCs as one of the community platforms, which makes them to be more present and more engaging in the work that they're doing in their communities. The resources is, yes, it's a serious challenge. And as part of our sustainability, we need to think about how we can harness resources in different ways without relying on funders. Because today they're focused here, tomorrow they're focused elsewhere. And that creates problems for us when we're over-relying on them. There's also concerns about human rights abuses by security agencies, vigilante groups. And this is where also we need to, they also need to be more capacity building for these security agencies, because we have to ensure that people's rights are being upheld, and this contributes to the fear that people have, and so they're not willing to come out and talk. You know, we've been talking about women, inclusion, and persons with disabilities, and this is key. But that even when we're doing inclusion of these people, let's remember that they're not homogeneous groups. So when we say women, like we mentioned, that was stated yesterday, we have women that are persons with disabilities. But women wear many identities just as men do. So women can be mothers. So when we're wanting to mothers, their grandmothers, wives, daughters, they're not educated or they're very highly educated. So there are so many caps that we need to think about all these things. Even persons with disabilities, they may be from a physical aspect. It could be that it's a hearing problem or sight problem. And we need to make sure that they're being carried along, because we may even work with PWDs that are maybe just physically have a problem physically, but then we are excluding others. So we have to look at that whole range to ensure that everybody is on board. And we should also look at even children. Children are everywhere and they see everything. So it's also teaching them the basics so that when they see something, they may be out on the field and they're playing, and then they suddenly see a whole lot of people coming. If they come running saying, "We've seen so many people on motorbikes," that's an early warning, and it has come from the child. So we need to also think about how we bring them on board. Not only that, but it's also we're building their capacity so that they can grow up seeing that they also have a responsibility to be part of their community, part of their community's welfare and well-being. And as I earlier stated, there's that mistrust between the public and the security forces. But we can mitigate these things. One is training, providing a lot of training, bringing together the security forces, agencies together with the community so that they get to know them. Using technology, as was stated earlier on, is also very key. And we need to look at how we can develop it in a way that anybody can use these systems, and of course ensuring inclusion. So some recommendations for strengthening community-based security is organizing, like having platforms like this. So we can have community platforms where community members and the security agencies, they meet and they can have discussions as to what is happening and share information. They can establish joint security task force that includes the local community representatives, ensuring that women and persons with disabilities are included in planning, and that they have a table at the seat when discussions are being made. I recently saw a picture where women were carrying buckets, they were going to fetch water, and then at the side there was a group of men holding a meeting over water and saying, "Oh, the women are too busy to attend the meeting." So they're going to make decisions that affect women, but the women are not at the table. So it's important that women are part of any decisions that are being made, because the perspectives of men and of women are different. So by the time you bring the two together, it makes for a greater impact. Then I mentioned training. Then also having reporting mechanisms where people know where to go and report whenever there's a threat or an insecurity an insecurity alert, and using technology like SMS alerts and mobile apps. Community, then there should be mechanisms to prevent abuse of power. This is also part of it. So, as I said earlier on, security in Northwest Nigeria, it is a collective responsibility. We should not fold our arms and say it is just for the security forces. They can do it, but they also need our support. And it's something that we all have to do if we want to have peace and safety. And we need to strengthen the collaborations between communities and the security agencies, and ensure that approaches are inclusive as well. So I think this is basically it, and I believe that together we can make our communities safer, more resilient, and better prepared to tackle the evolving security threats in northwest Nigeria. Thank you.
Please let's give Hajia Hanga another round of applause. Okay, so we'll take the next 10 minutes to engage with the audience. I had said that I had said that Dr. Sally's presentation, if you had any questions or concerns, you could also bring them up. And then any questions, now will be the time. Those as well. Okay? And then I will come back this because I saw her hand up first. Please, can we make another mic available? Thank you. So one. Okay, there's one there, they said. Here, first, here. Thank you. Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
My name is CSP Anatichabulu Squimi, DPO, the Engagement Local Government from Sokoto Koma. I want to ask question to is it Dr. Saleh?
Dr. Saleh, yes.
Yes. Sir, you talk about the ART, this tracking device. How can it reach to the government to implement such in our division? Because I know it's only government that have that capacity to do that. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Saleh? Okay, all right. Any other questions for Dr. Saleh? Okay, there were some hands up this way, please. Thank you. Please, sir, is that for Dr. Saleh as well, so that he can just attend to all his questions?
Anyway, since the microphone is here with me, let me do justice to what I want to say.
Okay.
Good afternoon once again. I want to start by thanking Global Rights. It is well constituted. Everybody is here. Everybody. I want to say one thing, and that thing I want to say is that its advocacy must now return to the Western world. Before the coming of the colonial masters, Africans, we are very, very pitiful people before they came. And I want to ask us, the AK-47 and 49 and the assault rifles, who are the people manufacturing it? Is it Africans? The question is no. Please, go back and tell them we are tired of the ammunitions. We want to live like brothers and sisters. When Abiola, MKO Abiola was alive, there was a program he started, I think, reparation. And since he died, no other person. And what is this talking about? It's restitution. When you read about how Europe underdeveloped Africa by Walter Rodney, you will understand very, very well where I am driving at. What the Western world is today is Africa. When they started their slave trade and saw that slave trade is no more useful for them, it was industrial revolution. Before legitimate trade, how legitimate was the trade? Please, let us go back to them and tell them that we are tired. Let them come and take back the assault rifles and the AK-49, 47. We want to still live like Africans. Please, I want to tell us, we have been speaking a lot of grammar here, and all the people that contributed, very fine. Tell yourself and ask yourself, how am I going to make impact? Let what we learned here today go to the grassroots. I want to rest my case. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. I think there was one more hand up here, and then we'll move over to that. One more hand here, yes. Thank you, Noya.
Good afternoon once again. Well done, Hadia. I just want I want to reinstate the importance of the community dialogue in strengthening community peace building. And I just want to share one example of what happened in Nasentak CDC in Katsina. Those who knows the community housed a military barracks in Katsina. For long, you know how the military operates. The soldiers some of the soldiers are living within the community. They have been oppressing the civilians, maltreating some of the civilians within that community. And they have never speak up against that humiliation and malpractices. But with the coming with the CDC, and when the GVV committee of the North Central CDC went to do sensitization, the women, one of the soldiers just saw there's one youth that the only offense that guy did was not greeting the soldier. And he beat him up and said that this is how this guy has not been greeting him for long, whenever he's passing by. Immediately those women saw that the mother of the boy, he's an adult, he's 24 years, but immediately she saw what he did to her son. She quickly called the GVV committee chair and tell her, see, they have never reported that kind of incidents before. But with the power of this CDC, they reported. And as I'm talking to you, immediately when they reported that case, the women, the GVV committee were bold enough to confront the warrant officer of the barracks, and he summoned that soldier, and he apologized to the community and assured them that this will not happen again in that community. So this is the power of that CDC in our community. Okay. Hitherto, these people cannot speak up against this kind of maltreatment by the military, but now they think they have the power, and that a community, there is a system within their community, a local institution that can safeguard them and also stand for their right.
Thank you very much. Noya, please, before the mic moves to the other side, can we have Dr. Saleh answer the question that was posed to him? Okay, I don't know if any other person has a question for you. Any other question for Dr. Saleh? One more? Okay, so let's take all the questions, then we'll come back. Thank you. Okay, yes, we see your hand there. So, Hajja is here, and then there are two people over there as well. Please, let's keep our questions or contributions very brief.
I'd like to ask this question around the issue of data that is to be resident within the community, especially in the hands of the community leader. And my question is, to what extent can the community leader actually get that data and accurate data? I'm asking this question not because I don't know, but because there is the need for us to be more enlightened on what to do to have that data. And then who gets the meungwa or the sariki, the laptop that is needed? Does he have the vote when I say vote, we all know, to be able to purchase that, wouldn't that be an additional burden on the many lives that he also has to take care of within his community amongst those who are extremely needy? Because even being needy has level. To get money, get level. To be hungry, that one will get level. So I just want some clear court clarification, because we have a number of community leaders here, and they will serve as the touch between whatever we are doing in this hall and the larger society. So to what extent are we going to be able to empower them to be able to also empower others? Finally, that's for Dr. Momali, my brother. Finally, the issue of capacity building. The major problem we have with women involvement in decision making is lack of capacity. I did not say illiteracy. I could be literate and I'm being violated, and I do not even understand the fact that I am being violated. Not just that, I may also understand that I'm being violated, but I've been brought up stereotyped to believe that my violation is part of my life. It's what even makes me a woman. So these are the things that I want us to look at and begin to focus direction on capacity building more than advocacy. Thank you.
Thank you. So, 2 questions for Dr. Sally. I believe Hajia Hanga can speak to the last concern raised about capacity building. Okay. So please, I only see one more hand. So that's the last. We have to move to the next session, so we'll come back to your comments after that.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Uche Andrew. I am representing the community of women with disability, especially deaf women. And I had to sign towards them so they can see me. I want to first of all, just to make a general comment on what the people have been saying. So far, I noticed that issues of women with disability has not been captured in some issues. And it is on that basis I want to thank Global Rights for taking this initiative to make sure that we are included and we are captured in their programs. Because that is the only way we can truly speak, saying there is nothing about us without us. My comment is that for the CDC, I want to recommend that the leaders of that community should also include persons with disability in that platform. That way, they will be able to handle issues that concerns persons with disability. Yes, women in general are there, but you know that our needs and our issues are different as women with disability. So when you bring us into that platform, the CDC platform, hear from us, because oftentimes we have issues where women with disability are marginalized, are violated, and are left behind. I have seen situations whereby a woman with disability got married to a person without disability. And what happened? The marriage became something else. She was violated. Now, the woman with disability was violated, and she did not feel okay, but she didn't know where to run to. So a situation like this, so we're begging that as we're working with leaders, also work with women with disabilities in your various CDC, so that when you're implementing the project or in your community, our issues will be addressed and the violation would also reduce in our community. Thank you. I want to thank Global Rights for making this project inclusive, and we're grateful. So thank you so much on behalf of all the women with disability for your inclusion drive.
Thank you. Thank you. So we'll just have Dr. Saleh and Haja Hanga respond very quickly to the comments as it was addressed to them. Please, can we have the mic with Dr. Saleh? Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for the inputs and the contributions made. I think some of the issues are quite straightforward. There are always fears in the introduction of every technology. Fear of abuse or misuse. There are also issues that have to do with personal protection and privacy of citizens, which are very important. And therefore, the need to control the extent to which information about people's communication, people's networks are provided to either law enforcement agencies or under what conditions should they be even provided before the judiciary and things like that. So these are fundamental issues. But in a situation where society is challenged by the level of insecurity that we are witnessing, I think it is legitimate to provide the guiding principles and policies very clearly, to develop very strong mechanisms for deterrence and control, and ensure strict compliance with this. Put up the mechanisms that will ensure strict compliance with those ethical considerations, and then deploy that technology, rather than restricting the deployment of the technology because of the fear of misuse or abuse. And citizens will continue to suffer the extent at which we are seeing it currently ongoing. The intelligence response, the Force Intelligence Response Unit, IRT, it's an intelligence and information gathering unit. And it's nothing more than what every other police division or formation is doing. But the only thing is that they have been provided with advanced communication tracking systems. And even in the force headquarters, I think most of the people that are heading those units are not commissioners or assistant inspector generals of police. They are officers, usually at the assistant commissioner level or even chief superintendent level. So if an assistant commissioner of police can handle that in the force headquarters, why can't an assistant commissioner of police handle it in every area office, for example, and manage it successfully and intelligently, professionally? So what we are saying is the level of crime, the level of the utilization of modern communication systems in organizing and committing crime, and the need to follow this up is so enormous that a single unit at the national level will be incapable of dealing with this challenge. So what we are saying is an advocacy that we really need to look at this, first of all as civil society and as citizens of this country, to engage and to promote it, that we need to deploy these technologies. We need to build capacities for these technologies. And it also adds to what my sister said, Professor, to build the capacities of these community institutions, provide them with the guiding principles, with all these logics about data sanctity, data control, and all of this, they need to be provided. We train people. We have a lot of civil servants that are doing very little. We deploy these civil servants to our various offices at the district and village levels. We capacitate them with the requisite equipment, the vital registration offices that are not manned, that are not provided with capacity. Our village and district heads that have no budget and have no funding, we need to finance and fund these institutions and make them part and parcel of governance, guided by the laws of the land, guided by all the ethical standards that we will put in place, provided and trained to be able to capitalize and use this for the benefit of all and for our increased security. I think what I'm saying is I'm not asking traditional rulers or I'm not asking village heads to go ahead and do this. But I'm saying these are opportunities that we can advocate and we can work to build as a nation so that we will have better governance, better quality control of our data systems, and ensure higher level of security and accountability within our governance framework. So this is more of an advocacy.
Okay.
And I think the final one is on this capacity building. I agree with the speakers that there is nothing that will happen without capacitating people and enabling them to understand what they can do, what is right and what is not right. And it is not just like she said about being educated.
Can we get another mic, please?
Yeah, it is not just about ability to read or write, but it's ability about values, orientation, and the kind of system and frameworks that we provide for our young girls to understand what is right, what is wrong, what their rights are, and when their rights are being violated at any point in time, not only at home, in the workspace, in the markets, in public spaces, and everywhere else. We all need to respect ourselves as citizens and enable everybody to understand and stand by his own rights within the armpits of the law without going to the excesses on every side.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Salim Mohammed. Seeing as you already touched on the capacity building aspect, I would just urge us to move on at this point to the next stage. It is the dialogue session, and it would allow us to engage and dialogue on strengthening community platforms for effectively policing the Northwest amidst metastasizing insecurity, excuse me. And I'm bringing Hajia Amina Hanga back up as the moderator for this session. She will be introducing the discussants. Please give her a round of applause as she comes up.
So again, good afternoon, everybody. And our discussion is, as has already been stated, is strengthening community platforms for effectively policing Northwest Nigeria amidst the metastasizing insecurity. So how do we bridge this gap between security agencies and local communities to ensure a more effective people-centered approach to security in Northwest Nigeria that includes everyone, women, persons with disabilities, the youth, children, everybody. So that's what we'll be discussing. So I'll be introducing the panelists that will join me. I'll start with Alhaji Sani Umar Jabbi, is the Sarkin Yaiki Gagi. He is a well-known Nigerian community leader and security expert from Sokoto State. He has earned the title Sarkin Yaiki, meaning leader of war or chief warrior in Hausa, a title traditionally given to individuals recognized for their bravery, their leadership, and dedication to community protection. Sarkin Yaiki Gagi has been instrumental in local security efforts, particularly through organizing and leading community-based security groups to address insecurity in Sokoto and surrounding areas. He is respected for his active involvement in tackling issues like banditry and communal violence, often working alongside local law enforcement to protect vulnerable communities. His work underscores the importance of grassroots approaches to security and the role of local leaders in supporting government efforts to combat crime and insecurity in northern Nigeria. So Alhaj, Sarki Yaki, Bismillah. We will also be joined by the Commandant of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC in Sokoto, Commandant Usman Ishak Al-Fadare. I hope I pronounced correct. He assumed this position in October 2024 following his tenure as the Commandant of NSCDC in Lagos and Abia states. Throughout his career, Commandant Al-Fadare has been recognized for his commitment to ethical standards and professionalism. Upon his appointment in Sokoto, he urged NSCDC personnel to demonstrate ethical compliance and dedication to duty. He has also emphasized the importance of women's involvement in security matters. In his capacity as State Commandant, Al-Fadare has actively engaged with various stakeholders to enhance security and community relations in Sokoto State. Commandant Al-Fadare's leadership continues to play a pivotal role in maintaining peace and security in Sokoto State, reflecting his dedication to public service and community welfare. Please, Eche is right here. So I'll just have one question per panelist. Our own session is 20 minutes. I'll look at the time now so that we keep to time. And I'll start with Commandant NSCDC. We know that the security forces play a crucial role in maintaining law and order, and that the communities often have valuable local knowledge and networks that can help prevent and respond to security threats. So how can the security agencies work more effectively with these local communities to improve local intelligence gathering, crisis response, and overall security?
Thank you very much, Jamina, for that question. And I want to appreciate the Global Rights for having me on this conference. There is no doubt that the Northwest region is faced with a lot of security challenges, just as other parts of the country. And there has been concerted effort by conventional security agencies to address some of these security challenges. However, just like one of the speakers yesterday mentioned, the number of security agencies in the country is grossly inadequate to address the myriad of security challenges we are facing. And that underscores the need for us to collaborate with all stakeholders. There has been effort on the part of the government to ensure synergy among the various security agencies. The inadequate number of security agencies in the country and the vis-a-vis the population of the country has necessitated the call for synergy among security agencies. Before now, effort has been on the pushing for synergy among all to ensure effective management of resources, both human and material. But more recently, we are advocating for all society approach, which means since they said security is the business of everybody, then there is need for us to involve the local community to be actively engaged in the provision of security within their community. The Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps especially, being at the forefront of protecting critical national asset and infrastructure, is saddled with the responsibility of ensuring security to all communities, especially the vulnerable communities. We are working closely with local traditional leaders. We are providing platforms at the local level to ensure this security is done. For instance, in our effort to implement the national policy on safe school, we are working with local schools to ensure they establish the local safety and security, school safety and security committee, which encompasses both representative of the school authority, the teachers, parent association, as well as community leaders, such as the local traditional rulers and every local security organization available at that locality, which include both the vigilante, the community guards. This effort is to ensure that this group comes together and provide the necessary framework to address threats in the schools and their community. With this effort, I believe the gap that exists between the community and the security agencies will be breached. With this effort, I believe if it's sustained, definitely we are going to have an improved security situation within our community. In Sokoto in particular, I want to use this opportunity to appreciate the effort of the state government by establishing the Sokoto community guards. They go a long way in adding or complementing the effort of the conventional security agencies by providing additional men and some little arms, and they are available at all levels. These particular individuals are drawn from the local community, and they really have, I must confess, they have more knowledge of the local environment than those of us that are conventional security agencies. And with that, we are able to draw more information, and they lead us to the particular areas where we're having challenges. And they are more in tune with the local community. They know the terrain very well, and they can relate with the people better than we can do. And with that, I think security is enhanced. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a quick question. You mentioned something about going to schools. So I'm just wondering whether in the NSCDC, you also have women. And because you're talking about going to schools, where we've been talking about inclusion. So do you have the women maybe going to the schools as part of the team that go to?
Thank you very much. In our effort to ensure safety and security to all our schools, the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps has established a special female squad, which is comprising of all female personnel. And they are specially kinetically trained to address any security challenges. They are well equipped and well trained. So we have lots of women that are doing that. We have gender desk officers at our state command level as well as all the divisional offices. These gender officers ensure that proper gender mainstreaming is done in all our activities at that local level. We send them to various schools for advocacy, and we also allow them to handle gender-based cases so that there will be confidence in the survivors to give information freely for us to address. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. So Alhaji Sadikin Yagi, we know that traditional institutions, for a long time, they've played a central role in community governance. So what role do you think traditional leaders can play in mobilizing their communities for security efforts and also ensure inclusion of women persons with disabilities also part of the process and engagement and protection?
Thank you for the question. Let me join the other colleague to commend also the investments made by Global Ride, because without Global Ride, we can't have this opportunity to be here and engage the relevant stakeholders that we are engaging, right from the entry up to this where we are today. So I must kudos to Global Ride. So the community leaders, already they are the gatekeepers, they are custodian of every custom and traditions. They are bridging gaps between the government, between the conventional security and the community members. Like you rightly said, community leaders, they are the people who exist before even any conventional security coming to community. They know entry and exit of everywhere in the community. Like you said earlier on, you know, most of the community we come from, Katsina, Sokoto, we are from neighboring Niger with a forest border. Not even, government cannot even control number of borders that the proliferation of arms and the community becomes watchdogs. When we see something, we say something always. So we need to work with the security agencies, first of all, to sensitize us, educate us to know how to track movement of proliferation of arms, any illegal acts. They will also notify us to know. We can achieve this through engagement. Because if I quote Mahatma Gandhi of India, he said, I don't think you can help me when you are not engaging me. If you want me to agree that you are helping me, so engage me to be part. So carrying traditional institution to be part of NCRC of the police, part of civil defense, para-civil defense corps, and other numbers of community, which is supporting the CDCs and other community. So they will help to identify early warning signal and report to the conventional security agencies. Second, they will also empower local vigilante by identifying, mapping the people of proven integrity, good character, to be part of the vigilante. Not everybody in the community to be a vigilante. So when they were going to the bush to fight the vigilante, if I'm sincere to all of you, our vigilante are the people who are prompt in fighting, because some of the community vigilante, they are resistant to bullet. Yes, I can tell you this. I can remember the bandit was arrested somewhere. The civil defense was called. They took him from the bush coming to urban. Before they reached the urban stand, the foil just finished in the bush. Because of support, the bandit can kill him there. They should have to be remunerated and supported with the logistics so that they can empower the vehicles to effectively conduct the operation. But in the course of doing operation, they don't have enough foiling. They don't have logistics. If you go to police barrack today, you will even cry. You see no roof, you see the husband died, the women should be ejected out, no payment of their money, everything, they are suffering. So now, go by the speaker yesterday, doctor, he made mention that the commissioner of police one time says, I must follow the directive of the governor, because he was one who is giving me the foiling, he was one who is giving me support. But the federal government that is send them, posted them to the state, They are not giving them even 1 million in a month for them to foil the cars, foil the divisions. Or how can they, even at the state command, they can't effectively foil their vehicles to move. Talking of the division in the area. So, but the community, there was something we initiate. When we have recorded number of violence, extremisms, we now contribute some money, support some 3 neighboring divisions. They will reimpose and fight and kill without waiting for the government to give them. The community will raise the money. We give them to go and conduct operation. And it's something that we don't want to tell because it's a penalty on the side of the government because they have to do it. But if they cannot do it, we community, we have to support them with the logistics to be able to conduct operation. We give them the information and early warning. We also lead them in the bush because we are the people who know the location of the bandit. There's no any community without community leader. Community leader know where they are movement, where they are living, the area that is no-go area. Community doesn't have no-go area. But the security agencies, most of the problem they are facing, when they go to some community, before they reach the area, they will cross the community, not knowing the whole community is bandits. By the time they are thinking that is the community looking for aid, but there are people ambushing them again. But we community leaders, we tell them, no, don't agree, that community is a so-so area, be careful. So we give them the information. That is, we give them the intelligence gathering not to get there because the area is so-so-so. And we also advocate with the government to support the security agencies with the logistics. We advocate with the government, again, if there's any abuse of the power by the security agencies, we also move to the head. Maybe if there's any civil defense at the division, we have to go to commandant at the state, we tell them that this person is doing this, and please, we help mediate between the community and the security agencies to avoid finger pointing that you did this, you did this. We become a friend, not seen as an enemy. Police are friends, but some people say no. If police says you there. But we say no, we say they are friends. Yes, and the civil defense, they are more closer, more friend with the community. Again, we are working together. And the issue of GBB fighting, they sensitize us, they work together with us. But if they show us the way soldier shows, we can't come to soldier zones. So we can also keep aside. And there should be also catastrophic problem when they go to bush, because we are the people who know bush before them. We know bush before any security agencies. We have to give them the information that do this, not do this. When you are getting there, try and follow this exit, don't come to this because this is where they are doing. So that is the problem when there is gap between the community leaders and the security agencies, there's going to be a lot of danger. So community leaders support them, intelligence gathering, support them with the logistic support when the government failed to give them to conduct such, and we also arrest ourselves, but hand it to conventional security through the vigilante and other security agencies. He made the government support and permission of community watchdogs, community safeguard, what I call it, community neighborhood, yes. So we are all part of the community members. Government use traditional ruler to select the best in the community. If not, we can have people, the vigilante, again involved into banditry, not knowing. We have to know people based on their track record, proving integrity. We nominate them, then we give government to take conventional security to give them level of training so that they can be able to support security agencies. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have a question for you because I was asking about women and PWD inclusion. So how do we ensure that women are involved in this peace process? And earlier on there was mention about capacity building, how it's very important.
Like in our own, in my CDC Gagi, we are more professional in that way because we have women vigilante that they have been very instrumental in Sokoto. Most of our perpetrators of the violence of different degree of GBB or what have you. So when the men move to mosque during the Jumu'at Friday, some of the people do behave like a madman. When they come, it's through the women vigilante we get to know all those people, we start catching them. Women provide early warning signal. Women also counsel our children that involved into drug addiction, giving them a lot of capacity to be able to change their moral and giving them moral support because the mothers love child better than anybody. We also engage women at different fora because the women give us information. Even some mothers tell you, my child it has changed. The friends, the movement changed, please be careful with him. some good mothers do tell about the character of their children too. So we work with the women in every portal. Most of the training we conducted, you can see like about 47% women and then 53% men. We have been engaging women in everything we are doing. In every community square meeting, now in our palaces, we have women representatives. So everything we are doing, from the planning up to the implementation, we are working together with women.
So in 1 minute each, tell us what your final words are, or if there's one urgent step you think should be taken in just 1 minute.
Thank you very much. I want to quickly use this 1 minute to address the issue of this banditry that was just raised. Yeah, initially, just the Sariki has mentioned they do assist us, and we have some vigilante organization that used to arrest bandits sometimes. But this is as a result of initial challenge we had was the terrain. Conventional security agencies are trained to use Hilux vehicles and what have you, which are not easily, cannot access location where the bandits are. But more recently, we have re-strategized and we have already trained our personnel to use motorcycles. We have issued motorcycles that will assess these areas, these bandits or whatever. The bandits and other violent group in the Northwest are growing in sophistication with arms. Some of the arms the local efforts are making cannot really withstand those things. We have to use higher caliber weapons. That is why even the armed forces are drafted into the fights of this whatever. But we use high caliber to onslaught it. Recently, last month especially, they have joint operations with armed forces and other security, which include even the local community guards. The Sokoto State Guard was part of it, and were able to dislodge a lot of the bandit camps in the east Southern Birni area, and not fewer than 100 captives were actually rescued from that particular effort. But I want to appreciate the efforts of the community leaders, local security efforts that assist us with information which enable us to address security challenges. I also want to emphasize that we really need this close collaboration because we cannot be everywhere. The effort they put in will go a long way in supporting us in addressing the security challenges. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, I will join my friend again to say to thank the Global Right and thank also all the support we have been enjoying that make us who we are today. Long ago, this have been happening. We don't know, we don't have capacity, but with the support from the Global Right today, we have capacity, we have the passion to work and providing safer environment for us. And I believe continuous engagement with the security agencies in the early warning and early response, that's number one. We continue also engaging our philanthropist people to leverage government. Government alone cannot effectively serve the demand of the security agencies. Hence the need for community leaders, religious leaders, philanthropists to come together and recognize, like you said earlier, security is not a responsibility of only one man. It's the responsibility of everybody in the society. So we need, being our businessmen, traditional rulers, religious leaders, youth groups, women groups, we need to work together to ensure we support government, conventional security with information, with the resources within our power so that they can effectively deliver. Because Nigeria population is giant. Like most of the example, me sometimes I do example bringing Nigerian population with other country. South Africa, I'm mentioning here, they have their population is 50 million, but they have 1,600,000 police, serving 50 million. But Nigeria, less than 400,000 police, serving 230 million plus. It's not justifiable. But for us, community vigilante, community neighborhood watch, we add population of the security agencies in the bush. We ensure we support them because there's different terrain that not covered by them. So we are there, we know the situation, we know the terrain, we support them, we bridge the gaps where they can be able to effectively deliver their service and apprehend the perpetrators so that we can make peacer and safer society. Thank you.
Thank you. So some key words that I picked up were inclusion, dedication, working with communities, collaborations are some of the key words that I have picked up, and capacity building. So I'd like to say thank you to our panelists for sharing your insights with us. And this is something that we need to continue doing, even within ourselves, to ensure that we build peaceful, stronger, resilient communities where women and girls, men, boys, people with disabilities can all live without fear and be able to achieve their own potential. So thank you very much to our panelists. You have a question? Oh.
Sorry.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much, and congratulations, wonderful presentation, both of you from Sokoto. So I will just ask the question because you are still in the same environment. I want to congratulate, first of all, the Sariki himself. He's been thanking Global since we came. But I think there's a need to appreciate him because this is not common to find a traditional ruler that is so committed. And because the way he presents it shows that he's really doing the work. If he's not doing it, he cannot speak about it like this. And I believe that if in every community we have one or two of his type, the work will be made much easier and women's inclusion will be surely assured, because he seems to be very progressive about it and he really wants to work with women. We appreciate you, sir, and we are very grateful for you leading the way. We hope that you will affect some of your traditional rulers that are very negative towards women. Eh? You are showing them. Okay, well, I did not say so. Just make sure you affect them. Now my question is this: how do you make sure that the source of your information, or rather how do you validate, how do you make sure that it is the correct source, that somebody is not just giving you a false information? How are you able to know? Like, what do you also do with bad eggs? Because in every situation you find some people that rather than supporting your cause, they are doing the opposite. Even including women, unfortunately. The stories we are told of women who actually make money by supporting bandits. Either they buy foodstuff and take backyard and give it to the bandits, or fuel or whatever. So they know them, they hide them, and they supply them with necessary needs of the bandits. With such people, if you find them, what do you do? What do you do about them? Because they are working against you, as far as I'm concerned. And then how do you validate that information? And it is said that information is power. But actually, it is the application of that information that is the power. Thank you very much.
I'm coming.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ode. I work with Accountability Lab. Thanks to Global Rights, I'm highly excited for this program and the conversation going forth. But just sitting down to think about the model, I think I must commend the civil defense, as well as the traditional rulers in the room as well, for the model that you have put forward. I see the collaboration happening in terms of our communities and enhancing peace as well. But again, if you look at what has happened, particularly at the Northwest region and Nigeria in general, you find out most of the times you have a military-first approach. What that means is anytime something happens, we just send the military to carry guns. But here we are learning from civil defense and traditional rulers on the collaboration that has happened. My question will be that, how can we enhance this? I'm asking this question because, again, one of the colleagues from civil defense was telling us we need to stop AK-47. Highly agreed. But in terms of policy, the people at the top will say EFCC should carry gun. Civil defense should carry gun. Every road safety will carry gun. But how do we support you? If I look towards your budgets for 2025, I've not actually looked at that for this year. If I look at the budget, are there provisions to enhance or to support the communities in terms of when conversations like this happen? It is a democratic society where we believe that the lack of inclusion is what causes the division. People feel aggrieved because they don't participate in decision making. They don't communicate with our leaders in terms of civil defense. But now here is the model. My question to you is, how do we enhance this? With your own budgetary support. I mean, we as civil society will support you, communities will support you, but how can we actually expand on this model to other places? Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I want to sincerely appreciate Global Rights for this opportunity. All right, I want to talk about the Hajia Nana, her presentation. She made mention of, she gave us a story of women fetching water and then the men were holding a meeting. So this brings me back to the documentary that was done. In the documentary, I was actually expecting to see women with disability really bringing up their stories. But from the documentary, there was nothing like that. So I just want to bring a recommendation. It's a recommendation to Global Rights to include them, because we have moved from, we want to see not just participation, but real inclusion. Thank you very much.
Hello, good afternoon, the panel there, over there. You have done a very good job, and in fact, you have talked much about the strengthening of the community platform for effective policing. Correct. But what I'm going to discuss more is to bring to your notice that the number you are talking about, the number or the capacity of the police in Nigeria, or policing the community in Nigeria, don't think only of the police alone. The civil defense population is there. Some other security agents, including DSS, even the forestry guards, they are there. Combined together with the population of 200 million or 230 million. But the number is not the issue. The number is not the success. I will agree with Sarkin Yaki. Before, there was no this number. And compare with the 1963 population census, whereby you have Nigeria was 63 million by that time. The whole of Sokoto from 1906 to that time, they were able to detect any person that commit any offense up to the level of Katsina Emirate. They can get him there. I could remember there is a document in relation to that. It is only because of timing I cannot give you, but I can tell you of that what happens with the European, one single European from Nigeria who has entered Nigeria through the axis of Katsina in 1922. He was killed by one single hunter by that time. The hunter was not just directly interested in killing the European, but he was afraid of the European on a horse, single European on a horse, in 1922 by that time. He was killed along Mashi distant axis. Nobody knew of that killing. It is only that time that they were able to detect that person who made the killing. Did you understand? So now, compare with the Afghanistan style. They made an effort. I want to draw your attention that the community policing is the best that you can implement. That's what brought about the formation of community guard in Sokoto, the community watch in Katsina, the community forest guard in Zamfara, and they are now succeeding in maintaining. And even the vigilante, according to what Alpha Darai was saying, in a joint patrol or in a joint actions, they were able to succeed in capturing a lot of bandits and rescuing some of the captives. So now community policing, did you understand? We should go back into it, and I will agree with you, and you have done a very good job. But who are those financing the community and the traditional rulers? Are they well financed? Thank God, now they are thanking Global Foundation, Global Rights, Matikuka, Isa Wali Initiative, EWRC, and so on and so forth. They are thanking them for making this to be possible and what they are doing. But do we have, please, in the whole of this security agencies present here, when you can, please, is there anybody that can tell us the budget for the 2025 under their own offices that has created a synergy between the traditional rulers and the community to be spent? Is there anybody? Let's think of the Nigerian budget, defense budget, national security advisors budget, all the offices, DSS, and so on, whoever is present here. Please, is there anybody who have an idea of that synergy and maintaining that synergy, maintaining the security with the synergy with the traditional rulers and the community? There is a gap there. And now we are talking about this community police, how we are going to do it. Let's go back to the drawing table. Drawing board arrange the budget provision. We say the traditional rulers are here. We can budget little for them. And then Sarkin Yaki is doing much. Everybody commend him for that. We said he's doing very well. Who is going to sustain him? Now, I'm sorry, I'm not saying that he is dying or he's going to die. But for example, Sarkin Yaki is not there or he has this thing. Another Sarkin Yaki needs to be groomed so that he can take over and do whatever. Do we have sustainability in that direction? So that's what I'm saying, and the interest of it. The other one is the population. Do something. But in trying to do something, you will be denied of your privilege. You will be, possibly you can even be gone. So please, what protection are you going to give to the community who see something, they have done something, and they say something and they have done something? Please, that privileges, the intelligence report and so on, assurance of the trust and so on. Unlike before, if you come to the village head or the ward head, Meungwa, and tell him something, and that Meungwa is carrying that information to the higher level, nobody will know. But now if you take it to the, I'm sorry, police DPO office, I'm sorry, Hajia DPO, I'm sorry, I'm not saying director, but when you carry it to that office, you are not sure of you going back to your house. Likewise, the civil defense and other security agents, when you tell them something, when going back to do something, you are not sure of your safety. I have seen it and we have evidence for that. Inclusion of women. We discovered that in the process of inclusion of women, as Hajia Hanga has said it, doctor, we discovered that if you refuse to include women inclusion, the bandits will do that work for you. I have a data in Katsina. I'm a part of the custodian, though I'm not directly under kinetic, but I'm dealing with non-kinetic. We discovered that if we did not engage women in this aspect of fighting that war, so we discovered that these women, the bandit will recruit them, they will go back to them. They will be carrying their weapons. They will be carrying their drugs. They will be able to carry their foods. They will even help them in cooking the food. So, and in decision making, women are there with them, making decisions and choosing where to make an attack. Thank you very much.
Okay, so let them respond. Yes.
Thank you very much for the intervention. Let me start with the first question that was posed on how do we verify the intelligence we receive. Definitely, as I mentioned earlier, we do get a lot of intel from members of the community generally. But as we know, we just don't operate conventionally like that. We always have our own intelligence officers that are deployed at all the various local governments. We cannot be everywhere, but whenever we have an intel, we used to send them to go and verify, confirm before we act. This is to avoid some mistaken identity. It is in the public domain that more recently there was an attack on innocent communities, both in Sokoto and Zamfara. This is on account of some of the intelligence that was received, which happens to be false, and unfortunately, the response now led to the loss of innocent lives. So we are taking measures to make sure that whatever intelligence we receive, we verify, we confirm before we move in, that are action taken. It is in the light of that we have even introduced some ICT-based resources by which we use to verify some of the information that we receive, especially from the members of the public. For instance, the Ministry of Interior and Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps has introduced a special application called N-Alert. This is there in the public domain. Anybody with an Android phone can download that. We use that one to get information from members of the public on any situation or any threat in any environment. Within that particular application, the Nigerian Security Officer has also introduced another special package which we call IES. This one has the capacity to send video coverage of whatever is happening using your phone. Every Android phone has a camera. So we encourage the members of the public to always video the incidents they are witnessing, where we can monitor it live from our offices, and we can also transmit it to the responding agencies to further ensure that whatever they are reporting is actually happening, and then we now know how to strategize our response. The second question is on the issue of how to enhance this whatever. I want to now please make it especially clear. Even though we have a coercive instrument to respond to wrong this thing, and the country is becoming a bit more militarized. But I want to put it here that force alone will not address the problem we are facing. For two reasons. One, even in war, you must come to negotiating table, discuss before you can have peace. Then secondly, the people we are dealing with are actually our own people. They are part of the community. They are our sons, our brothers, our whatever. So killing them all will not solve the problem. It's better we address the root cause of the problem. In this case, the family will have to be involved. The families must be encouraged to take care of their wards, and we also have to revisit our socialization methods to ensure that our wards are being controlled. Other local communities will have to come in so that together we can put heads together and make sure that we nip the problem from the bud. All those things that are encouraging our youths to take to crime should be identified and eliminated. And that is why we give kudos to the effort of the CDC what they are doing now, because it will go a long way in identifying some of the key issues and how to address them outside the kinetic approach. Thank you very much. And the last one is the issue I want to address is the issue of who is financing the effort. I must put it here that the federal government is doing a lot in the area of financing the effort to address insecurity in this country, especially this particular government. We have been given resources to procure additional weapons to prosecute, and they've been sponsoring a lot of capacity building trainings. And we have been sending, even last week, I think I conducted a capacity building workshop to all my divisional officers from KB, Zamfara, and Sokoto on how to go to cascade the implementation of safe school policy to the local environment. And the state governments too, especially Sokoto's government, must give it to them. They are doing their best to ensure that they give us the requisite logistics to combat this. Now we are leveraging on community effort to get the vital information, intelligent information we require to address this, and we are doing it. And more recently, at least in the last 6-5 weeks, I must tell you that banditry in the Northwest, especially Sokoto, Zamfara, and Katsina states, they've been degraded significantly. They are actually on the run. But we are going to sustain this attack on them so that until we ensure that there is peace and security in our environment. Thank you.
Okay, so the questions, he have answered the question, but in his own way. In our own way, yes, I'm telling you, the way, issue of how we identify the criminals. You know, in most cases, there's no hidden somebody in the community. In a community with 10 households, the community leader would have know everybody there. So if the government is more serious about it, I can tell you community leaders know everybody. We know everybody. But it depends on, sometimes we present the information, the arrest will be made, but at the end, this person, before next 24 hours, he will be released and he'll be the one to attack and kill the community leader. Town without number, it has been happening. Many district heads, many village heads have been killed because they gave information and the perpetrators has a lot of money. He gave money, he has lawyers, he has big law enforcement people at the top, they give him cover, and at the end he come back, he meet us and kill us. So number two, again, we have to commend our state governors. State governors for all the Northwest states, they are doing their own. Let me start with my own governor, Ahmed Aliyu, Sokoto. He has done well. He procured vehicles for the civil defense, for all the security formation in Sokoto. He will continue to sustain foiling. But the problem is, sometimes, not because my friend is here, the top in the state, when the governor give money, they will block reaching to the division. That's the problem. When the commissioner of police was given 30 million to share to DPO, you will see less than 100,000 go to DPO. From the state, stop. It doesn't reach to the grassroots. If there's transparency in disbursement, when the governor give 100 million, it has to go to division. Division A has this share, division B has share, but it will end from the command. So that is why it's very necessary for community. We are taking reality, not just denying the fact. We have to tell you the truth. What is happening? If we can address this, the community can raise their own fund to leverage division, so division can function. Otherwise, it will end up the way it is happening here. It's the same thing happening everywhere. My friend, I'm not saying you or this person, no. But I have long been in the system. I know what to stop system from working. The money given to all the formation from the command to the division. So there's something problem between the command to the division. If there is transparency and accountability, the flow of that resources to reach DPOs, some of the case at the early warning, DPO of the division can handle all that matters. But it escalates beyond his control, beyond even the state command control. So when we can handle this, we know the criminals. I can tell you, all the criminals in our state, about 90-something%, they are not pouring. They are within. They are our people. We know them. They are our people. We know them. When you give information out, you know they have money. The ransom paying to them every day is a very big money. Because of that ransom, they have the power to have information and hire a lawyer. They will be out and the same night they will kill you and also go back to bush. And that is why community leaders become silent. If we need information, you need to empower them, you need to also give them support, you need to ensure security agencies are working well, division is empowered, they have the foiling issues, they have everything, system is working, then community leader will tell you last mile criminals, this is where they live. We know them and we know where they were. There's no any bandit location that is unknown to community leaders. We know everywhere they live. But the issue is, how can we? Can community leader handle the issue of that? It requires a connected issue. But we need dialogue, like he said. How can dialogue continue with the people that are not ready? The average Fulani man, herdsman, that he used to sell 3 cow, 4 cow, and celebrate his marriage or his daughter. Now, one ransom, he can earn 100 million. How can he go back to selling cow now and do the business? So it's something that we have to remember. We have to join hands to fight them, finish them. Otherwise, if they are willing to come back again, we community leader, we will respect them. They will meet us in the night. They say, sir, we respect you. Please, sir, we respect you. But so person tell us that this is what you do. Sir, please maintain yourself. So do you think I can tell him again? That is the problem. We know them. They meet our community leaders. When we come in the meeting, community leaders tell us that Bandit A met me. He talked to me that he warned me. Then you have to be careful. But if you told the commandant, this very person, he is living in this bush. This is what the threat he did to me. But they cannot go. Then tomorrow he will say, okay, for the second time, sir, he will call you. Sir, we heard that you went to the civil defense office yesterday. We warned you last week and you still repeat. Or I continue. It happened time without number. Most of our community leaders, they have been called by bandits. They know them. We know them. They know us. So if the conventional security can be well empowered, federal government support them, the government continue to support the foiling issues, mobility issues, communication gadget issue. When they are supported, I'm very sure our security agencies are very capable and they can do it. We have been working with them. We know their capability, they are very strongly enough. But the support from the government, enough funding is missing. Government at all levels should hear me. From the federal government, state government, up to local government, they need to join hands and support security agencies with the foiling so that they can be able to effectively deliver their mandate. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put those hands together again for Haja Amina Hanga for the wonderful moderation. Please keep clapping until they come down from the stage. Please also applaud the State Commandant of NSCDC Sokoto State, Commandant Usman Afadari. Please put your hands together and equally appreciate the Seiki Yakigagi, Alhaji Sani Umar Jabi. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, so it has been great time together since yesterday. Now we are coming to the point of winding down the conversation for the conference. The conversations, of course, are not ending here, but for the purpose of this conference, we are bringing it to an end here. I will want to bring in the next speaker who will give us the closing remark, and that is my boss. But let me quickly just crave indulgence. Abby, please. There is somebody in the room here that he comes to meetings like this and he's quiet all through. You won't hear him say anything, and he goes quietly, but he's doing a lot in terms of supporting the work that we're doing. From the very start, when Seiki Yakigagi started supporting our work, he too has been providing that level of support for us. And I would like to, with the permission of my ED, just before she comes up, I would like to bring him up here to just speak to us in 1 or 2 minutes, just to share his thoughts based on all that have gone since yesterday and any thoughts he wants to share with us in 2 minutes. Please, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome the Hakimi Bonu Zazo, Alhaji Bala Tijani Mohammed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edosa. And I really feel honored being given the opportunity to say a word or two. I had wanted to sit down quietly and keep learning after serving, for keeping in mind for future references. While sitting down here, I have heard a lot and I've learned a lot as well. And I've observed so many things. A lot has been said. Most of the speakers have spoken their minds, and at the same time, they've dealt or done justice to most of the topics they've been asked to speak on. I had chaired the Kaduna State Conflict Management Alliance for about 6 years, some 4 or 5 years back. And it was more or less like fashioned in this format of the global rights platform, except then our program was done only on selected states, just like a global rights platform also is being conducted. And Kaduna State happens to be one of the states that benefited tremendously from that particular project. It was a DFID-funded project that was more or less like an intervention from Britain to the Nigerian government, an intervention around security and governance. And having looked into most of the security challenges in most of the selected states, I think the problems were more or less the same, and the issues that were tackled then are still issues that are still persistent. Perhaps in different locations now, Sokoto, Katsina, which were not part and parcel of the states that were identified to be having such problems, but now are more or less on the heating corner. And one or two other things I have come to realize was that the need, just like the theme of this particular platform or gathering is, sustaining, maintaining the tempo. For you to sustain, or for you to agree that there is need to sustain, you must have been able to measure and accept that yes, you are on the right path. You've done what needs to be done fairly, and there's need for you to improve. And improvement is something that definitely is just like the saying or the concept of wanting more. Is something that definitely comes along with recognizing what you have been able to do, or people recognizing and appreciating what you've been able to achieve in the past. And at the end of the day, I was discussing with one of my colleagues here. What we came to observe was that, okay, most of what has been discussed here has been discussed beautifully, but they more or less like provide short-term and mid-term solutions to the major problems of involving women in peace and security building. And at the end of the day, we asked ourselves, and we agreed that there is need for us also to plan ahead, plan for the long-term effect, or plan for what would support and help in the long run. And one of the main things was that I looked into the indices of the northwestern part of this country, and I found out that the northwestern part of this country perhaps provided the lowest developmental indices in the entire West African sub-region, cutting across virtually all developmental status, health, education, and so on and so forth. Now, let's come back to education, which is the main crux. One of the main reasons why you have a slow pace in women participation is perhaps maybe due to the low level of education of women generally, girls and women generally in the northwestern part of this country. If you look at the indices, look at the statistics, you will definitely agree with me that the percentage of school or educational enrollment of girl childs within the northwestern region is at the lowest compared to all the zones of this country. And there is need for us to begin to look into that particular area on the long-term basis, because you cannot be able to involve or pool beneficiaries, individuals, people whom you expect or you want to contribute without them realizing what they are expected to contribute to. And they cannot be able to realize without, a certain level of education and awareness. Like I said, all that has been said very well. And with these very few suggestions or comments of mine, I would like to congratulate Global Rights and all other organizations that have been able to support this particular program, and as well wish us safe journey or journey mercies back to our various destinations. Thank you very much. Each and every year I get invited, and as long as I'm invited, I will definitely come and say a word or two, and I did this year. Last year I did. Next year maybe it will be a different view. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bonuzazo. Thank you so much, sir. Okay, IT, at this point, I would like you to bring up the Executive Director of Global Right, Ms. Abiodun Bayero, as she gives the conference closing remarks.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you. They tried to put it on screen for us to see you.
Okay, well, my video has been stopped, so you will need to give me access.
Bumin, please.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon again, everyone. And let me thank you again for, first of all, that I must commend everyone for staying for 2 straight days. It's been long. The conversations have been very intense. And yet, even in fasting, everyone stayed and were very active in the conversations. So first of all, let me ask that we all give ourselves a round of applause. It's been wonderful. So in summary, it's very difficult to end a conference like this, especially when the tempo is still so high. But let us just think about the most essential things that we must take away from this conference. And you will hear it in every single session from every single speaker, that inclusion is not optional. It is essential. We must be inclusive if we want peace to reign, if we want security to work in northwestern Nigeria. We've also learned that northwestern Nigeria is so critical to the future of Nigeria, not only in terms of its population size, but because of its location and the resources that it provides for Nigerians. Social cohesion in Northwest Nigeria, is critical. But then we have also touched that social cohesion cannot be achieved without equity. And we must think very carefully about what equity means. For us at Global Rights, and in the course of this conversation, we've touched that there must be gender equity. We must end gender inequity. We must stop treating a certain class of people as subhumans. We must treat them as equal partners in development. Women make up about half of the Nigerian population. But if we leave behind half of our population in terms of development, in terms of education, in terms of access to decision making, in terms of having a voice in public, then we are shooting ourselves in the foot and we will not advance. Social cohesion is impossible without the female population of any society. One of the things we touched on briefly, but we did not fully spell out throughout the course of this conference, but I must emphasize, for the sake of everyone here, we cannot have peace and we cannot have security if we continue to have poverty. Poverty, the social indicators are really, really poor. The development indicators for Northwest Nigeria, after Northeast Nigeria, are the worst in the entire country and in the entire sub-region. If we do not end poverty, we will keep going around in circles, talking about inclusion, talking about security, talking about peace, without dealing with the biggest problem in the room.
And like I like to say a lot of times, if you give people who have nothing to lose, if you make people have nothing to lose, they will make sure that we all lose everything. And so we must end poverty. We must also end power imbalances in our society. And it's not just about gender. It's about the way in which we stratify society, where some people are more important than others. We cannot have a society where certain classes of people are more important than others. The scramble for importance, the scramble for significance will only cause conflict, lead to insecurity, and take us back to where we are right now. Everyone must be treated with dignity. Every single person, whether they're young, they're old, they're female, they're indigenes, they're settlers, they're rich, they're poor, whether they're government functionaries, whether they're community people, whoever they are. If we do not treat people with dignity, then they will act in undignified manners. In treating people with dignity, let us remember that the first onus falls on government and on leadership, on our community leadership and on our government and the agencies of government. We have been around the world and we have seen how things are done. In countries where government treats its people with dignity, they set an example for the people to treat one another with dignity. Where people treat each other with dignity, there are less conflicts. And that is why a human rights regime matters. The rule of law must prevail. Our security forces must ensure that they are enforcing the rule of law while treating people with dignity. Within families themselves, let us treat our children with dignity. Let us treat our men with dignity. Let us treat our women with dignity. If you accord dignity to your staff, if you accord dignity to the people who live around you, we will begin to end poverty. One of my mentors will say that the opposite of poverty is dignity. Treat people with dignity. Let us just pledge within ourselves, I will treat people with dignity. And of course, that the rule of law, I will uphold the rule of law, and I will ensure that within my own terrain, within my power, within my sphere of influence, the rule of law prevails. One person will not be higher above the law than the other. Then finally, let me say that development must come from within. We have seen through the demonstration of this project that when communities take the driver's seat on projects, when they take the driver's seat on development, then it becomes organic and it thrives. It cannot be done from outside. I also keep hearing global rights should do this and global rights should do that. There is only so much global rights can do with the limited resources that we have. But the success of this project, considering the limited resources, are about the people on the ground, the community leaders, the community members, the security forces that have worked with us, the departments of government that have made this project a success. When we leave these communities, they will keep things running. And of this, I'm very sure. So on this note, I would like to thank, first of all, the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, FCDO, that has supported this project. They have been our partners, not only financially, technically, and with the moral support that they've given us. Most especially, I would like to thank Ms. Jill Lever, the Deputy High Commissioner of the British High Commission, who took the time to be with us yesterday and gave that thought-provoking speech. They have fully supported us. Now, I'm also going to thank Mr. Cliff Guy, who has been our anchor at the FCDO. And Cliff has supported us, and he deserves the flowers and the applause that will come to him. He likes to be in the background and likes to be very quiet. But Cliff, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. I would like to thank His Lordship, Most Reverend Dr. Matthew Asan Kuka, the Bishop of the Catholic Diocese of Sokoto and founder of the Kuka Center. My Lord, I can't thank you enough in words. I know that you're not present in the room right now, but I hope that this gets to you. Abiodun thanks you, sir. Global Rights thanks you. The impact that you continue to make, the way in which you take everything to heart, the way in which the Kuka Center gives its full weight to ensuring the success of not just this project, but any initiative that we've undertaken to make Nigeria better. Also to thank our implementing partner, the leadership and the staff of our implementing partners. Like I've mentioned, the Kuka Center has been really instrumental. My very good friend, Father Atta Bakindo, you are amazing, sir. Thank you. The Isawali Empowerment Initiative, one of our longest standing partners in Nigeria. We've come a long way from paralegal training all the way to this point. Hajia Amina Anga, you're an amazing woman doing amazing things quietly, but your voice is getting amplified, not just in Kano, in Nigeria, but across the world. Thank you so much for the work you do wholeheartedly. Would also like to thank the Women's Rights Advancement and Protection Alternative, RAPA. Wow, RAPA, you are an amazing organization, and we're so grateful for what you're doing. Haji Amadi, thank you for stepping in. Once we ask, you step in, and we're so eternally grateful. Let me not forget to thank the ones who have ensured that we have access to the communities, who have rallied people around this project, who have spoken loudly, clearly, day and night, have pushed the frontiers of ensuring inclusion in peace building and security. The Sakiya Kigaji, Alhaji Sani Umar Gabi. I can't thank you enough, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. And His Royal Highness Alhaji Tijani Bala Muhammad, you just spoke, sir, but then people can see the passion, the thoughts, the efforts that you put into it. And by the way, sirs, you are both such astute, perfect gentlemen. There are not many royal fathers that are trained to the caliber to which you have achieved in Nigeria today. And we're so proud of what you are doing within your communities. Let me thank the law enforcement agencies, NSCDC, you're doing an amazing job, the police force, HISPA, and local vigilante groups. Thank you all for putting their efforts in and ensuring that we're moving in the right direction. Thank you for cooperating with us, because it's also a rarity in a country like Nigeria that security forces will throw their full weight behind a project like this and be fully vested. And I'm sure that you've also seen the difference in the way in which the communities are able to relate with you. And of course, that the numbers speak for themselves. Security is better in these communities because of your cooperation. I'm being warned that I'm running out of time, but then remember that you took some of my time, Edosa. But let me also thank the government agencies for each state, in Kaduna, particularly in Sokoto, in Katsina, and in Kano. Thank you very much for the work you do. Thank you for the cooperation you've given us on this project. I must not forget to thank Dr. Mamale as well. I'm singling him out to thank him because I know how much he poured himself into this project. Nothing profiting coming to him, but just the single desire to see our country work. Finally, let me thank the staff at Global Rights. Edosa, Noya, the comms guys, Bumi, Winifred, Yinka, the Sleepless Nights, Trooks, Jason. And I'm sorry I'm not naming every single person. Blessing, Gabriel. I won't name every single person, because if I do, then I'm about to name 21 people who work day and night, weekends, There are times I'm telling them, shut down now, have a break. But they're so vested in this work that it allows us to be able to do so much with so little resources. I'm grateful. Thank you for the work you do, and you deserve your flowers, you deserve your applause. Let me thank our MCs, let me thank our interpreters as well for the work they've done in the past 2 days. Let me thank every single person in the room. It takes a village to raise a child. It takes even a larger village to build a nation. The dreams of our fathers is that we will build a nation where peace and justice reigns. This is our vision as well as global rights. And I'm sure it is a legacy that you want to leave to your children and those that come after us. While they may not know our names, we will leave our marks in the sand of time because of what you have done for our nation. So on this note, I say again, thank you. FCDO, again, a very big special thanks to you. Our royal fathers, thank you. Our friends at the media, our friends in the media who as well amplify voices on this project, thank you. With all humility, we can't do this without you. On this final note, thank you, everyone. God bless you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. May it thrive in our own time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abby, for thanking all of us. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will rise now to take the national anthem as we close the conference.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland.
Thank you very much. God bless Nigeria. God bless you. Wish you all safe journey back to your destination. Thank you very much. Yes, please, a quick housekeeping. Quick housekeeping. Winifred, you want to come up? Quick housekeeping, please. Winifred Noya, please, somebody can give a housekeeping.